Hi, Lichai. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, so I can hear you and I can
Okay,
see you clearly as
thank
well.
you.
Thank you so much. Hi, Mr. Constantine. Good morning.
Morning.
I can
Everything
see
good?
you, which is good. Yes, and also your audio is
Okay.
is working well. Thank you so much. Hi, good morning, Uti.
Good morning. Just checking whether you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you and see you. Thank you so much, Uti. I think we pretty much covered everyone. Hi, Ali. Good morning, Ali. Yes, hi. Good
Like late night.
Oh, sorry. Good evening. Good morning from Cairns.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, your audio and your camera is working well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you. We will
you.
be starting shortly. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, colleagues. Would you please take your seats? We don't want to keep our virtual participants waiting. Thank you. So, good morning and welcome for day 2 of the 29th SCF meeting to all SCF members, representatives of operating entities, observers and
Recording in
broadcast
progress.
audience. We thank you for a very constructive and workful, is that a word? Well, day yesterday. And we hope to continue in the same constructive spirit today and to advance our work and finalize the reports to the extent possible. You have received an updated schedule for today, which outlines our intended approach. In the morning, we will take up the items on the draft guidance and the work on climate finance definitions in the plenary. And in the afternoon, we will have parallel breakout group discussions on the 5th biennial assessment and overview of climate finance flows and on the report on progress towards achieving the goal of mobilizing jointly $100 billion per year. And that these will be followed by a plenary discussion on work related to Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. In the plenary sessions, observers will have the opportunity to intervene, so we are not limiting the participation in any way. We are now returning to agenda item 4, draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanisms. As you recall, yesterday we have entrusted Ivan and Toru to prepare a draft decision text of the compilation of draft guidance received, which was shared with you last night. And we thank Toru and Ivan very much for their work. And we invite them now to introduce the draft text and to facilitate this session. Again, there is sufficient time for observers to engage and contribute to the discussions. Ivan, Toru, who will do the presentation? Ivan today,
yes,
please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. Just as a recap, prior to the SCF meeting, we received 9 submissions on draft guidance, 3 from parties, Chile, USA, and Canada, 3 groups of parties, EU, EIG, and AGN, and 3 constituted bodies, AC, TEC, and EXCOM. As you can see, for those that already have it in your hands or in your laptops, the annex to of the background document, if you look at the annex of the background document, we compiled those submissions into a tabular format and cross-check those submissions against 3 sources of information. First, a database of previous guidance on the GCF and GEF to check if there was any similar or repetitive guidance provided in the past. 2, information contained in the annual report of the GCF and the GEF. And 3, information provided by the GCF Secretariat to check if there is any ongoing or planned activities on the GCF and GEF related to the proposed draft guidance. Based on the facts and evidences gathered, we worked with the Secretariat to make an assessment of the submissions received to check whether the submission is in line with the mandates of the operating entities, not ongoing or being currently undertaken by the operating entities. Yes, as I was saying, I am just recapping what we already, what Toru explained yesterday. So, third, we checked if it was non-repetitive or contradictory to previous guidance. So, as you can see in the text, we have 4 types of assessment: repetitive, ongoing, not in line with the mandate, and needs clarification. After that, as you remember, yesterday we received a mandate by the ACF to produce a co-facilitator text on the draft guidance of the operating entities. Yesterday we heard from you that the co-facilitator's initial assessment is a good basis to start the preparation on the draft text, and although many submissions appear to be ongoing and repetitive, there are different thematic issues that members deem important and would like to see as part of the draft guidance. Based on the views expressed by the SCF members, Toro and I selected submissions from the compilation that can serve as a basis for the co-facilitator's text and compile them into a text. In compiling the submissions, we selected those that received check marks from the assessment and included some submissions that most broadly capture the views expressed by a given expressed on a given topic, even if they could be perceived as ongoing or repetitive. In general, we try to look for guidance that would have new elements being brought upon to us. Toro and I believe that this compiled text can serve as a useful basis for the SCF to start preparing the draft guidance today. We would like to hear from you whether the compiled text adequately captures the important thematic issues raised on submissions and how the co-facilitator should proceed to prepare the next iteration of draft guidance. As you can see from the agenda, we have 90 minutes today. We propose to spend the first 40 minutes to discuss the GCF text, followed by another 40 minutes for the GEF. We can spend the rest of the time on the way forward. We have here Juan Hopmeister there, representing the GCF Secretariat, and Rowleston, where is Raul? Here, yes, that representing the GEF Secretariat. They obviously will be supporting us on this assessment. If there are any questions from the floor, we can invite them to answer them as well. We look forward to a constructive engagement by all members. After interventions by parties, we will also give the floor to observers. So the floor is open. Don't worry. Anyone would like to break the ice? So we can agree on the text then, right? Also, if there is any questions about the process we followed, you can see that we didn't pick and choose things according to our preferences. We only try to include things that would represent, that would capture the different areas and that would represent new guidance, even though it could be assessed as repetitive. Another point is that we didn't make any textual adjustments. They are reflected verbatim as they were submitted to us. Even though there are a couple or maybe one guidance in which we would have a specific comment on the last part of it. But yeah. Any questions or any comments? Yes, Gabriela, please.
Thank you. And thanks for the Secretariat for putting on screen. Well, first, appreciate the work you've done. Thank you so much. And it's helpful, I think, to have like the subtitles noting that, of course, in a final decision you wouldn't have those, but to like direct the reader to what we're talking about. And I just started reading through them, and personally, I think you've done a good job in like bringing different views together in like one decision proposal for each of the various topics. Just a question. So I'm assuming you've tried to come up with one decision text so it's not repetitive per se, just to clarify that.
Yes, so the first assessment was very much strict. So if the proposed guidance were very similar or a little bit similar to past guidance, we were labeling it as ongoing or as repetitive. But after looking at the feedback from the secretariats and by discussing it with Toru, we saw that there were some guidances that a new element, and that was our rationale to bring things to the text. We didn't force to have one guidance for every area of work. We just made sure that we were looking at it at a second time with, I guess, more flexibility.
Just one more question. Thanks for that. What did you do with the recommendations in the lower part, which were grey? Did you not include those at all, or did you try to mainstream those into this text as well?
Yeah, those recommendations we left them out, but obviously we could hear from you, from any of you, if they could be brought back. Since they weren't as operative as other guidance proposals, we saw that it would benefit our discussion to just focus on those that would have more substance. Yeah. Yes, I see a virtual hand up.
Yes, good morning. I hope you can hear me. I'll try to put on my camera as well. So just to sort of, first of all, thank you for all the work done. I'm also looking at the draft at the moment. I do think this, process-wise, this is a great step forward, and indeed we, sort of really focusing on new elements and trying to keep it as succinct as possible, and sort of not going into the substance yet. Some of the same points that Gabriela just raised, that obviously sort of subheadings will not be there, but in the end, but I think it does help at this stage to really look at what are all the different areas of guidance. I just sort of wanted to really appreciate the work that you've done, and indeed very much hope that the SCF can agree to something as streamlined as you've now prepared. So very much welcome the approach and look forward to now going through it in more detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Oti. Very nice to see you. Any other comments? Sorry, Abdel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ivan, and thank you for all of the work. Just a minor proposal. I think might be more appropriate regarding the paragraph before us. I think it was, what was it, the programmatic approaches? Yes, yes. Maybe it would be better to replace requests with encourages and promote with consider before addressing the board. So it would read, encourages the board to consider the use of programmatic approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdel. I think that we see that maybe as a next step, we would like to have a mandate by the committee to try to streamline or improve the text. As I told you before, we only reflected what was sent to us. So, Diane, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I missed a few comments, but on the last one, they're bound by a mandate to do a programmatic approach, which hasn't really been implemented. This is the Green Climate Fund, so they should go ahead and do it. So overall, I think a lot of the guidance feels like it's repetitive, like really repetitive. But these are the popular ones, which we know is still ongoing. So it's not that they've completed and they can tick that box. So I think it's pretty standard. So I guess maybe when we get to COP, we can encourage the parties to sort of elaborate or whatever the nuance is, because the guidance has been given already. So maybe they want to nuance it a little bit, but that would be up to the parties to do. On the issue, AOSIS was not able to make a submission, which we apologize for. We're normally very good at making our submissions. But I was asking the Standing Committee of Finance to consider that under the Green Climate Fund, they have a really good readiness program. And we're seeing that the readiness program having specialized areas for countries to apply for. For example, they have some readiness for the update for accredited entities to update their results framework and for the overall. I think that based on several evaluation, we noticed, and I said it yesterday, that we're asking countries to use these projects to help with transition. But like I said yesterday, the projects are not adequately, and the staff at the GCF, they're not adequately understanding what the transition risk would be. And so these are not being built into the projects. So I think that some of the enabling, the readiness program should, in addition to addressing the issue, collecting a lot of baseline information on like M&E and so on, there are other areas of risk, a risk framework that I think should be developed. Because, so what we're seeing, how do the GCF manage risk and communicate risk to their accredited entities? It's like every board meeting, I work with an accredited entity, and every board meeting you have a new set of documents and a new set of risk to manage, and we're doing it by one policy at a time, But those policies are really high level at the international level. And I think that if we have readiness support dedicated to risk assessment, including transitional risk, political risk, and most of the other risks that we're really concerned about, including corruption and fraud and so on, the prohibitive practices, and also the management of, that is something that I think requires its own process to look at, because the staff managing the readiness program, I mean, they're not expert in, when the documents come back in, they're not really expert at understanding the results or where the capacities of the accredited entities being built to implement the projects. So I think for the readiness program, my suggestion would be, I don't have any specific language now, but I will provide some later, that we can encourage the readiness program to develop more specialized readiness options. So you have the general readiness. We have a specialized option now for M&E, updating the framework. I think we should have one for just transitioning and all the risks related to it, including just transition. I also think that we need a specialized program for, there is something there in place, but for a small country like ours, well, every country have a unique financial system. And when we want to crowd in the private sector, we need to be extremely careful that we put safeguards in place. And so one of the things that I learned from the forum, and I'd like to thank Fiona and her team for introducing us to having the Indigenous people here to talk to us, is that what we were seeing is a really, the approach to the private sector, although I'm not saying that the GCF does this, I think the private sector approach should look at what is the kind of a private sector would the Indigenous people have? What would be the local farmers in Africa would have? What would be the local community and the local population? What kind of a business model that they have? And instead of forcing them from an informal business model to a formal business model where they're using QuickBooks and they have to hire accountants and auditors and all of those things, they have and half the population of this world is operating businesses informally. And they're doing well. And I think maybe it would be good for the Green Climate Fund to have a readiness proposal to document this and design projects that can take this into consideration. So in addition, so we're seeing in the Caribbean, for example, where the private sector for the Green Climate Fund is looking at the big solar farms or the big wind farms or one of those things. But when it comes to a small business wanting to get into the energy business, or a small farmer, and we heard from the Indigenous people that they are interested in renewable energy, the documentation that would be required for them to crowd them into not to crowd them into the business that we have now, but to actually create a different crowd space for them that is unique to them and the way that they operate. I think that is something that would be a real impact that the Green Climate Fund could have in terms of how do you crowd in the informal sector, what we would call the informal sector. So I think the readiness program could be a little bit more creative, in other words, what I'm saying, and to start to have a thematic approach to risk, to crowded in the informal sector, which is what we would call SMEs, or really highly microfinancing on unusual business practices like what Indigenous people would have. And those can be reliant on not having as much data as possible. Now, I know for many financial persons, financial risk, you just cringe when you hear that. But there are many different ways that we can look at how these local people manage finances and manage risk, and then see if we can model a project off of that, something like that. So I'll provide some text if it's okay, but I think that the readiness program could do a little bit more than just hire consultants, and which is something that came up at the programming meeting in Songdo a few weeks ago, and it'll be interesting to see how we can capture that in this process. Thanks.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you for all that specific proposal. I believe that it's also the role of our committee to see if there is gaps in the draft guidance we are proposing here, and I'm sure that we could discuss how to include proposals that come directly from members of the committee, right? And we look forward to see your textual proposal. Yes.
Thanks, Ivan. I realize it's a little tricky to see down the long table here. No, really appreciate the work of the co-facilitators on this. I know we called quite strongly yesterday for the production of a draft text, and glad to see that our efforts, your efforts really, are paying off already. I think the approach here is really useful, and looking forward to continuing to discuss on this basis here. Completely recognize as well what Diana said, that there are submissions from key country parties and groups which are not included at this stage, given to the lack of submission, and we'll need to continue to recognize that this is a draft and we'll continue to work on this over time. I really like the suggestion of including an element on readiness, and would also welcome a suggestion in that regard. In terms of specific gaps, and not noting whether or not we agree necessarily with any of the elements which are included or the way that they are currently phrased. There are a number of items that I know that the US submitted which we don't currently see in the compilation. They seem to have fallen out due to the streamlining. In particular, I've got a few on my list here. We had an item on the accreditation strategy specifically. I imagine that was streamlined with the policy gaps element. I see that it is added here, just to sort of flag that we should probably have a conversation about which specific policy gaps we do or do not flag. In that context, I think it's sort of presumably fine to have it included in this conversation here, but just to note that that seems to be missing. We had a submission on pipeline management, which, while it was a welcoming of the GCF's rapid scaling up of funding proposal approvals, there was also an encouragement to the GCF to develop a structure for the prioritization of proposals and maximizing the impact of its funding for adaptation and mitigation. So there's a very strong encouragement with regard to the GCF pipeline in that case, and I think we would like to see an element here on GCF pipeline management, which is currently missing. And then last, we also had a similar submission on GCF capacity, and this actually connects to what Diane was just saying, is that we've asked the GCF to do so many things, and in particular the readiness program, that making sure the GCF has the right staff, the right human resources, guidelines and policies is really going to be critical to make sure the fund is successful. Similar to that last element where we began with a recognition, there still is an operative element here. Our text was originally recognizes the vital importance of sufficient staffing resources and subject matter expertise to the implementation of the GCF's ambitious vision, and encourages, so there's also an operative part here, encourages the GCF to explore measures to optimize organizational structures and staff recruitment and retention. So I think to see an element here on GCF capacity itself would also be welcome from us. So just to flag, in particular, that those pieces were missing from our submission. We'd like to see something on both capacity and project pipeline management. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Gabriela?
Thank you, Ivan. Sorry for coming back in. So I haven't done the check of the grey list, so I have to, but just as a first reaction, or maybe getting some guidance from you how to handle that, there are a few elements in there that, well, I see that there's some operationalization challenges around it, so I wonder whether you want us to engage on the text and to make it workable from an operating entity perspective also, or whether you don't want us to work on the text at all and just indicate where there's potential disagreement within the committee on whether or not this should be included or changed. So there's like some question on guidance, and guidance to us, so I can give you some indications. For example, the paragraph on technology development of project cycle. I think there's many elements in there we could work with, but there's also text where I don't think we should, in a decision text, say, and use plain English for describing the project cycle. I mean, there's just literally stuff where I think we can work on the language to make it better. And then, or for example, in the needs and priorities of developing countries, that speaks to adaptation. There's a reference to NDC NABs and adaptation. I'm assuming that should be and adaptation communications. I would even suggest to just use adaptation communications because the description of adaptation communications includes all ways to report adaptation needs. Also, for example, BTRs or BURs, which also have a section on where you can communicate your adaptation priorities as a developing country. Or the quality of scientific assessment and coherence. there I would have a question of how the board should be consulting the adaptation committee and the scientific community. I think operationally that's probably very difficult, because who is the scientific community and how would this be operationalized? So there you could, for example, change it to take into account the latest available science, which I think is the underlying notion of that, and then maybe find a resolution of how to deal with the adaptation committee. And then there are other things where, personally, I just disagree with the content. It's not a matter of language, so I also don't know how we should deal with those. For example, the regional offices, it's like quite a strong view, I think my entire constituency has on this, that we don't think this is, this per se is helpful because we understand the GCF as being a fund of funds, and then the accredited entities to be the ones that are actually in the countries and the regions, and not the fund itself. Or any statement on the quantum of the replenishment, we also, I wouldn't feel comfortable in conveying that that's agreed in the SCF. So I recognize that parties have asked this, so I'm wondering how we should deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. Before replying to that, Abdul, please.
Thank you, Ivan. Sorry to come back in, but I'm just reacting to the text. I just with regard to my earlier proposal relating to the programmatic approaches, as was noted that there's a mandate in that regard. I just kindly request the Secretariat just to provide the mandate relating to the programmatic approaches. As far as the, I note that there was, I think there was before an issue regarding privileges and immunities. I believe that was left out. I just want clarification in that regard, why it was left out. There's the issue of, or the paragraph relating to, let's see, I think complementarity and coherence. I note that I think it includes harmonization with providers, not just funds. I just fear that this might contradict with the governing instrument of the GCF, where the arrangements, I think, are supposed to be between funds and the board. And last comment is, I don't see a need for paragraphs 1, I think, on, let's see, policy gaps, and paragraph 3 on policy frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul, for the specific comments. Going back to what Gabriela was saying, evidently we are in your hands because we could start the negotiation process here and try to come up with a text that would be agreeable to everybody. We could do it in a hybrid way, just requesting the proponents and the people that would have objections to that guidance to come up with an acceptable text. Or we could focus on the technical aspect of this process and just make sure that it sounds, it looks, and it is valid guidance, regardless of our preference for what it's guiding to. And evidently, these different approaches could be easier or harder. And it would be up to us to decide how to proceed, I think. Any other comments? Yes, thank you. There is a virtual hand. Sairun, I think.
Yeah, can you hear me, Ivan?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I would like to just raise an issue related with GCF, particularly in relation to the project preparation facility. So the GCF actually provides, as you know, all project preparation support for developing countries. But in terms of access, there are two options that GCF has put in place. One is just accessing the resource directly. The other one is providing services. I mean, through selected service provider or consultancy firms. So for some of us developing countries, LDCs, both options are a little bit difficult because we have to access the PPF resource. If we access it directly, then we have to use that resource.
Sairun, I think we lost you. Hello? Maybe our colleague have some problems with
Of engaging delivery.
Sairun?
Recording
This
in
is
progress.
really very important for some developing countries. So in relation to policy, I don't have specific text, but it's really important to encourage or, request GCF to consider this third option. The other point on the issue of regional presence of GCF in regions, for example, in Africa, I think so far there is only one GCF, focal person or GCF staff who is serving the entire, African nations. So I think with the GCF project portfolio increasing, it's really important to think about, for example, assigning GCF focal persons, maybe like for East Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, West Africa, I don't know. So this is really important. Sometimes, this one person representing the secretariat should review readiness project proposals, concept notes. So it creates delays and so on. So I think assigning focals for different, sub-regions within Africa or, other parts of the world as well is very important with the GCF portfolio of projects in the program increasing. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Serhyun, for both comments. Any other opinion? Gabriela, please.
Thank you. Just sorry for coming back in, but thanks for the guidance or the response on the questions. Personally, I wouldn't feel comfortable if we send a text without brackets on those sections where we have disagreement in the committee. So I think maybe we have to differentiate about the guidance elements where we have disagreement on content, and I fully recognize that there's various views, for example, on the quantum of the replenishment. Fair enough, right? And I know this is really important for some parties, and for others it is problematic to make a statement about the quantum. So I think we can either work with a split list, but that has generated a lot of pushback in the past, so maybe we just work with brackets the same way as we do in negotiations to indicate where there's disagreement within the committee. Not judging whether it's good or bad, just saying there's disagreement on this content. And then there are elements which are purely language or operationalization, like the plain English, which is probably not quite what they wanted to convey. So there I think we can maybe work on better language that there's no content disagreement, but we have to frame it in a better way. And then there's elements of operationalization, where maybe as a committee we can also just help the proponents in changing the language so the notion of their idea of guidance is captured, but in such a way that it can actually be digested by the operating entities. That would be my suggestion, but happy to hear what others are thinking on the way forward.
Thank you, Gabriela, for the very good proposal. Any other views? Again, from the virtual platform, Oti, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to support what Gabriela said in terms of approach for this. So I think that would be helpful. Also, I think it's probably a pragmatic way forward in terms of just signaling by brackets where we have disagreements. I mean, the other way to do it would be to just sort of striking out the parts where we don't agree, but then I think we would end up with a very, very short text, and then when it comes to COP, basically all the text that the SCF would have taken out would be reintroduced by some groups. So perhaps working with brackets might be the best way. Also agree with the point of really looking at the whether there are ways for some of the language to improve the operationalization of the language, just to make it clearer. I think that would be a very good approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Oti. Kevin?
Yeah, thanks, Ivan. No, I appreciate the discussion here, and I think concur with what others have said, that we do not necessarily agree with several of the elements that are in here. And I think we really could proceed to more detailed discussions in a future session, potentially in a breakout group, on the actual content of the items. With regard to the treatment of the aspects that we, in the end, as a committee, don't end up agreeing to, I know there was a proposal last year as well to potentially have a clean draft text of the elements we did agree to, and then an annex of other elements that were under discussion, just as another option to consider. Maybe brackets works, but just to remind folks of that proposal, and we can toy with ideas of ways to differentiate between issues where the SCF had very clear agreement and issues where we did not. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. I am not that much in favor of creating two different classes of draft guidance. It has created issues in the past. So I think that we can try to work with brackets and minimize them as much as we can, to convey also the message that as a committee we are working together and we are both acknowledging our convergences and our divergences. But yeah, and we also are in the hands of the committee if after the different comments we can come up with language proposals that would deal with what Gabriela said, those parts of the text that can be improved without losing or changing the content. Yes, Abdel, please.
Thank you, Ivan. Just coming in to support the approach of working with brackets going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdel. Well, we still can think about it while we switch to the Jeff draft guidance and have a look at it. And then at the end we can decide on the way forward with more specificities. So if we can have the draft guidance projected, please. Toru, would you like to continue moderating this part? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivan, for taking the lead on the GCF guidance. So now we move to Jeff. Basically, our work last night on the input are basically the same. This morning you have received this draft text together with table on the Jeff input with information provided by Jeff Secretariat on the right column, and then also our assessment. And you see that we basically captured our text which found like check marks which clarified several criteria, and also several submission and broadly captured views expressed on a given topic, even they are ongoing and repetitive. It means that there are several topics which has several or similar inputs. Even though these are some of these inputs are ongoing or even repetitive, but it seems that we have some new aspect or some values on the input, so we decided to keep it. And also we had some comparison among the similar input, and then we try to pick up. We can't really pick up all of them, so we picked up the input which captures most or general substance, and then we left others. But that's also our assessment. And if you have any other views, we are happy to listen. And also there are some elements we intentionally didn't pick up, as we see that some of them are ongoing, and also some are we considered micromanaging the operating entity, and or the input was not appropriate to be too specific or just direct, give the instruction to particular organization within the entities. So we decided not to take up, but you see like if you have some particular view on like input which are not taken, we are happy to listen that. And also submission without operating element, we didn't make any assessment, as the inputs are mostly welcoming or acknowledging, and some doesn't really accompany any actions. So we leave that, and then we didn't take up, but it doesn't mean that you cannot take up. So if you find some element you want to pick up, please do so. So I open the floor for comment. If you have any, please. Kevin, please.
Happy to kick us off with a very brief intervention. Considering my Jeff expertise is quite a bit thinner than my GCF expertise, I'm told that this seems like a good basis from which to start our discussions. I've sent the draft back to my Jeff colleagues who will have a better understanding of what this all means and look forward to their inputs as well to our work. So I think this is a really good place to start and looking forward to continuing discussions on these items in the coming days. So this is a good draft on which we'd be happy to work from. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Gabriela, please.
Thank you. I'm just skimming through right now. First reaction, I think I would have similar response to what we just discussed on the GCF with regards to the approach. And I have some particular question or maybe concerns around the adaptation elements in the text, primarily because of the mandate of the GEF. So different to the text that we had in the GCF, I think all the text elements in the GCF were in line with the mandate, whereas here we have actual suggestions which are not in line with the mandate of the GEF. And I think that should be indicated differently to like content disagreement or language operational disagreements, because we can't change the mandate of the institution itself. I mean, we can, but that takes a big decision because we would have to change the governing instrument, for example, of the institution itself. So I think there we should definitely highlight that if we maintain the text in there, because it's been suggested by someone or some substitute, oh, can't, sorry, too tired, whichever body. And we want to maintain it, that's fine, but we have to like signal, I think it's our responsibility to signal to the COP that this is not in line with the mandate of the institution. It's in line with, for example, maybe there's a misunderstanding of the SECF and the LDCF, which are managed by the GEF, but they're distinct funds from the GEF itself. So we would have to indicate that if that's the targeting idea that was behind the adaptation language. Similar to the loss and damage. And everything else, I think, yeah, as I said, I haven't digested everything, but this is an additional comment in terms of treatment to what we had in the GCF text.
Thank you, Gabriela. Indeed, I had a discussion with Ivan on this adaptation element as well as loss and damage, because we know that GEF itself, I mean, especially GEF Trust Fund, only covers mitigation and not adaptation nor loss and damage, except the LDC fund and the Special Climate Change Fund, they covered adaptation activities. And but we looked very carefully and the input, and also we haven't made it clear that if because GEF support the reporting of activities and also reporting in the developing countries through the ETF and other reporting activity, including NAPs and so. And in that sense, so we are not so sure, but it may have some kind of possibility to address the adaptation access issues, especially I kept in the paragraph 2 and 3. And so we just decided not to decide ourselves to leave it, but just keep it. But I'd like to leave it to you if these are appropriate or not. And then like, if it is not appropriate, you may always welcome to make a modification or more, or even like you may say that, oh, it's not really a mandate of the JEF or something like that. And that as a co-facilitator, it was a little bit premature for us and not to take up this element, as there are quite a few elements on the adaptation and loss and damage. And so we decided to leave it to the hands of members and whether they consider their input appropriate or not. Same thing, same spirit goes to the loss and damage. And indeed, we had like a comment from Secretariat, Jeff Secretariat, especially, and loss and damage, and it's not really mandate of to climate fund, namely this development country fund and special social special climate change fund, and but we are not so sure if really these two funds cannot really address the matters relating to abating and minimizing loss and damage, or even addressing loss and damage. And so we decided to keep it for time being, and then we asked the consideration by the members on this particular point, and then we wait for the comment from the members, and then we decide eventually what to do this particular input. And so there are some particular some elements which are still ambiguous. So I like to emphasize that even though we make this draft text and then we consider that these draft texts are appropriate as an element of draft guidance, but it doesn't mean that it's definitive, and you are always welcome to make a comment on that, but not negotiating, and please limit your comment on the technical assessment or technical evaluation. Yes, and then we are happy to listen to your comment and orally as well as written format, and then we can inform you at the end of this session how to do that. But we are open to your further comment on this input. Uti, sorry for keep you waiting, and please.
Thank you so much, Toru, and thank you also for presenting this draft text. And I do think that we should do the similar approach with this one as with the GCF draft text. Also, I mean, the SCF is the expert committee when it comes to really sort of trying to prepare elements of guidance for the COP and the CMA. And I think from that perspective, it will be very important that in the text that goes forward, we signal very clearly not just elements of convergence and elements of divergence, but also elements where, it is this committee's duty to signal if some of the language proposed by, for example, some of the other constituted bodies is well beyond the mandate of the fund and would actually then require changes in the governing instruments or something much more significant, so as not to give the impression that that indeed some of the things would be easy for the funds to incorporate as in their operations when they get the guidance. So and again, to be very blunt here, sometimes it feels that some of the language comes from almost like from those constituted bodies providing the guidance, that they are not aware of the mandates, or they don't really understand the functioning of some of the funds. So I do think that that while obviously it would not be good practice to leave things out, but at the same time, I think it is the duty of this committee to signal what is possible and what is not possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uti, for very valuable comment and advice. Yes, indeed, we, as Ivan mentioned in the beginning of this session, we didn't touch any language in the input when we transpose from table to this draft text, because we wanted to make sure the consistency between this draft text and the tables, so that you can make a quite good comparison that this element has been gone to text and then someone not. And then now we are going to make like a clear, so to say, like modify the text and or even clean the text and like a more technical assessment on the text and allowing the draft text in line with the mandate to like the operating entities financial mechanism, namely GCF and JEF. So Uti, you are correct, and then some of proponent of this input, especially the parties and also negotiation group and then consent body, they may not have like a perfect understanding on the mandate of GCF and JEF. So maybe their language steps in or even beyond the mandate, go beyond the mandate of this operating entity. So that in that sense we need to change it appropriately. So that is the work we have to do from now, and in that sense we welcome the comment from the floor. And then also, if you allow the co-facilitator to such work, we are happy to do that. Yes. And I give the floor to Diane. Thank you.
So thanks to you and Ivan for this work. Like with the Green Climate Fund, I think this looked like guidance that I think almost all that we've provided before. So I think it's like the backbone of the guidance that we normally provide. So like what I said before, I think this would be a good basis to go forward for. So how I see the text that we leave the SCF, is it a good basis for negotiation or not? I don't think we should negotiate it here. So I think, and that's because it's not really, we're not set up for that. So there are things there that I would question and I would not agree to, like everybody else. But I think it's a really good basis for negotiation going forward. Where I think the SCF, I know the SCF would like to just go forward and we adopt it. But if the SCF wants to do that, I think we need to come prepared to not only add to what the submissions, but in ourselves. I mean, we had a forum the last 3 days. What lessons have we learned from that forum that we can include in the guidance? What lesson have we learned from our work on the BA that we can help us, provide the nuances to the guidance? So I just need a couple more, maybe like the end of today, to look at the BA and based on some of the recommendations of the BA that we can put into the guidance ourselves. I think that would help add value to the work that we're doing. And I sent some language on the transitional risk for the GCF, as well as methodology of, I know it's the wrong word I'm using, but crowding in of or finding a mechanism to take into consider the informal private sector, which I think the JEF has done much better than the GCF actually. The Jeff has done a lot of work with Indigenous people, and I think they did a really good job compared to, I know the GCF is only now starting to look at that. So I think on the, I will provide text for these, is that I think that the Jeff, so we can ask Ralston to, as a consultant, to run over to Songdo, he's close by, and help them to work out the programs for Indigenous people. No? Okay. We will encourage you and entice you in great encouragement to the GCF to work closely with the the Jeff, to work closely with the GCF. They have a really good track record, I think, in working with Indigenous people, as well as in throughout their projects working with the informal sector without having to change the informal sector. I see Wilson shaking his head, but I mean, it's not perfect, but it's not as good as the GCF. There's some lessons. There's more we could do. So the text that I had for the GCF, I would just cut and paste that and put it into the text for the Jeff. And I think the Jeff had just completed his replenishment, but for the GCF, so I'm going to go back to that for the upcoming replenishment. I think for the replenishment, we asked a lot for cash in various instruments. And I think if we look at the model of the Global Fund, maybe it's just a suggestion. We're not asking them they shall do it, but if you look at other international funding that, like the Global Fund, they get paid, they replenish, and they get both cash and technology. So persons donate medicines and other things that can go directly to the countries, and it's a very efficient way of helping solve the problem of the problems that they want and their business model. So I think it's something to consider for the GCF. So I'm going back to the others which I've put into the text as well. So I'll do some upgrade here, but I think this is a really good basis for negotiation, and I'm just asking for some of the texts that I'm going to submit, which you will have shortly, as well as can we bring some of any of the recommendations from the BA into this text, both texts, before we close off our session tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Diane, for a very important comment and advice. And okay, if you any other have a wish to take the floor, if not, I'd like to propose the following. So, members, we are welcome. You are welcome to make an input, and in writing, and then or email or whatsoever. And by 7 p.m. Australian local time, and then we try to incorporate your input, and then to this draft text, and then more solid. And of course, you can bring in if you find additional elements are necessary, you can do that. Also, you can suggest changing, tweaking some of the language which is more appropriate to your views, and as a draft guidance. And please try to be specific, and also with some rationale that. So because we are making a technical evaluation on these inputs. And then we try to, if you allow us, we try to refine the draft text. I mean, including a more appropriate language as well. And then we come up with the next iteration by tomorrow morning, so that we have another session tomorrow, and then we can finalize the draft text. And then this moment, I will not ask you to make some kind of bracket the stuff because it's too early. And then we try to accommodate your comments as much as possible so that we can, hopefully we can all agree on that. But tomorrow when you see the next iteration, if you find, oh, I can't do that or something like that, I mean, we can really discuss whether we should put a bracket or not. And then so we please allow us more time and also the more material to refine this draft text. And you are all, we will be happy to receive your comment by 7 p.m. today. If that is the way we are going forward. Yes, Kevin, if you have any comment, please.
Yes, thanks, Toru. I've got two questions. One for those of us who have already made submissions. Can we presume that our missing paragraphs that I flagged will be pulled in? Right, good. That's a good first step. And then I also would note we've got both the GCF and the GEF here, and it would be useful to maybe hear from them at some point in this process. How do you envision relying or drawing on their expertise, which is in the room with us today?
First, your first question, yes, there are some elements we decided not to pick up in the text because some elements are quite overlapping with the other input, or some we find it's ongoing and not necessary to take up again. But if you find my input here is quite critical, so we need to do that. So you are always welcome to bring it back, but please bring it back with more rationale, and then more you may consider combining existing element in the text so that we can really have a more streamlined and consolidated text. For example, accrediting strategy, there are several input to talk about accrediting strategy, but we decided, I'm talking about the GCF, but we had one input which included this accreditation strategy, so we decided to pick up that one, something like that, and I just wanted to show the manner we have picked up. And then of course you have your different views, so you are welcome to make the input. And the second is that of course a representative of both GCF and GEF and available. And then I don't foresee now to have some kind of information question because they are assisting here as an observer. But you are always welcome to contact individually and to clarify the point, and unless you want to do that here in the plenary. And so if you are happy to contact bilaterally with them, yeah, I will recommend to do so. But if you want to have some kind of information session at the plenary, please tell us so, but I think it's not really necessary because you can reach them anytime. Okay, and Gabriela. Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, well, I mean, of course, we can all talk to them bilaterally. It's like what we're here for, to talk to each other. But I also don't think we have the time for an information session of like questions and answers in the plenary. So I would actually suggest or encourage you to, when you work on the document in the next iteration, that you consult with a representative of the GEF and the GCF, especially on the questions of the mandate, because they're very well aware of the mandates of their institutions. And I do encourage you that we have a different treatment of the text, which is not in line with the mandate, and text where there's content disagreement. I hear you don't want to yet talk about content disagreement, and we have brackets introductions, yes or no, tomorrow. in my written comments to you, I was just doing that in Perla, I will indicate to you already where we have content disagreement just for your awareness. So maybe you find ways to work around that. If not, that's fine. We'll just introduce the brackets tomorrow. But we also introduced in our written comments where we believe the mandates are not in line with a little asterisk to the bracket, so you understand. This is, yeah. And I would really encourage you to consult the GEF and the GCF on the mandate question, but fully trust that you do that. Thanks.
Yeah, very quickly. Yes, indeed, we are going to be consulting with them, and that would be even more important for new text proposals like what Diane suggested. And on trying to not fall outside mandates, obviously we're trying to make sure of that. We especially took a closer look to the feedback from the secretariats, and there are many guidance proposals that we dropped because of that reason, and we had some that we found that there was space for that. For example, when we are talking about adaptation to benefits, which is something that it's part of what the GEF does. So, but obviously we will have further consultations with you all about those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan, for compliment the remarks. Okay, Kevin, I give you the floor.
Yeah, thanks, and I appreciate that. I think Gabriella's suggestion for a way forward makes sense, as usual. I might go a little bit further to not only sort of engage them on aspects related to the mandate, but just on the technical feasibility of some of the proposals, right? They're again, as somebody who's not a GEF expert, I am much less equipped than our colleagues from the GEF to understand which of these make sense, which are using the right terms, and really sort of bring a little bit of GEF reality and context to the suggestion. So I really welcome kind of engaging them across the board and, ground testing some of the suggestions that have been made here to make sure that they are, actionable, reasonable, consistent with your organization. So would just, really encourage you to consult with them across the board on all of the recommendations, including as it relates to the mandate, but not limited to those. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. And Abdel?
Thank you, Toro. I just seek your indulgence just to extend the deadline. I believe you said 7 p.m. Tonight. Do you mind just extending it by a couple of hours, maybe to 10 or something, just given the time difference? Because we have team members working on it in other time zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdel and Gabriela.
Sorry, Abdel, but having been here until working on this, on the 100 billion progress report until 1 a.m. yesterday, because comments came late and stuff, looking at Kevin, sorry for that. But honestly, really appreciate the work from Ivan and Toru, but if the comments come in late at 10, these guys will sit here until 2 a.m. And it's like, yeah. It is very unfortunate we have to work in different time zones, but it's an absolute killer if you have to integrate comments at 11 p.m. when your brain is half dead because you're jet lagged. And so I would really urge you to try to get your colleagues to work on it very early in the morning when they get up.
Yes, and Gabriel, thank you. Actually, and yes, Abdel, I really I understand your situation, and then especially your home is quite have time differences between here and there, and so I wish I could accept your request. But this time Secretariat quite limited resources, and also I'm really comparing their hard working condition last few days, especially since the beginning of forum. So I'm not really, and I'm not really in the position to force them to work until late night, and then otherwise I cannot really assure their health condition. So okay, let's try to be 7 p.m. please, as soon as possible, and then if you have some particular problem, just contact me. Thank you. Hi, Konstantin, you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, as this is the first time I'm taking the floor. Just a small request, if it would be possible to save references to previous decisions in the form of a footnote or a table, so we don't lose track of the progress. Thank you.
Konstantin, thank you, but I didn't catch very well what your request, and could you?
The problem is that I now have 3 compilations, and thank you very much for this tremendous work of bringing this facilitator's proposal. Some of the proposals are based on the ongoing or already taken decisions. So what I'm requesting is to keep references to those older decisions so we can see where the work is taking place. Thank you.
So you want to put same assessment in the draft text so that you can see which are ongoing, which are repetitive, and which are new input. That is what you want us to do that?
Not the status of the decision, but I think we're keeping on board the ongoing decisions, but the references to the decisions on which those the compilation is based on. They are reflected already in the big table, but if it would be possible to somehow keep notes or whatever, in whatever form, it would be great.
Oh, Gabriela, please.
Just Konstantin, the way we usually do it, it's like recalling at the very beginning of the decision, recalling past decisions on guidance. So if that would help you, that's how usually the call does it. You just recall the past decisions.
Yeah, just in order not to overload the text, either way is great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gabriela, for helping me, and also thank you, and Konstantin. Well, we are now talking about the operative part of the draft decision. Of course, after that, we are considering how we can make up more nicely the draft decision, including a reference to previous COP decision, and also some reference to acknowledgement of the past activities the GCF and JF have conducted, in particular starting with welcoming or something like that. But I think this a little bit comes later stage, and even I'm not so sure we need to do that at this committee. The most important is to fix the operative part of draft guidance. And yes, we are keeping in mind that we have to bring that kind of format at the end. But for time being, we try to focus on these operative elements. And then, if you find some of elements in the non-operative part, we find necessary, you may pick up and then send us as a comment, so that at the next iteration we try to bring in the draft text. But I think if we do that, so that length of draft text gets a little bit longer. So for time being, I hope that you focus on this operative part. And Konstantin, I hope that clarifies your question or not.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you all. Any other views? So, happy to conclude this session this morning, and then we are waiting. We are welcome, and you are welcome to make a comment in writing to Secretariat, and to us together also, but basically to Secretariat by 7 p.m. and then Australian local time. So, Ivan, you have anything to add? Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you, and get back to you, Mr. and Mrs. Co-chairs. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to both the facilitators and to the group for this very constructive discussion. We have made good time, so your coffee break will be a little longer than planned, and we will resume at 11 a.m. to take up item 3B. Thank you and enjoy your coffee.
Dear virtual participants, this is the Secretariat. We would just like to announce that the plenary is now currently being delayed a little bit. The co-facilitators are working on a draft, so please bear with us. We will announce the meeting as soon as it reconvenes. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome everyone. And for colleagues online, we are going to start. I'll just give them a minute to leave the kitchen or to join us. I'll just be looking at Noah. Noah, if you can tell me when I can begin. Yeah, I can start the meeting. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you very much. And apologies for that bit of delay. We were just finalizing the document and fixing up the text. We're now turning back to agenda item 3B, work on definitions of climate finance, and I'd like to thank Diane and Apollonia for working on the new iteration, and Diane was working furiously now while we were on a coffee break. And now I'd like them to introduce the input and to facilitate this discussion. I'd like to give the floor over to Diane. Diane, will you be taking us through this? Okay, so over to you, Diane.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Yesterday we had a breakout session, a really small one, and but it was good. And yes, Apollonia, of course, my co-facilitator, joined online. So it's like 4 a.m. in the morning for her. So she's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, listening up to what we're doing. And so we had some good feedback from all the participants that improved the quality of the report. And so we have another iteration that we are providing here, which we should bring up. And we're going to bring it on the screen? Yeah. So in general, for this particular output from the Standing Committee on Finance, it is, I think it's important, one of the contexts that we had to provide in the document is to reiterate it's a technical document that is there to map the various definitions and the range of input. So we try to avoid making any sweeping generalization or conclusions because, frankly, we don't have a sample size that we can do something like that. So when we said we improve the quality of the report, it's basically to re-emphasize that kind of, to emphasize that this is what that kind of document. Some of this, that said, some of the challenges with this document is that it's not really a challenge. I think it's a good first effort from the Standing Committee on Finance, is that we've had submissions from a lot of developed countries in terms of like groupings, and developed countries work a lot on definitions and publish a lot on the range of definitions that they have, whereas for developing country is not the same case. And we only had, we have 7 grouping of developing countries make submissions, and then we have, I think, around 6 individual countries that made submissions. So it's hard to say without a proper sample size, it's difficult to say. So we just went through the text to basically emphasize that. And so this is just like a mapping exercise, and we're reporting what we have. So you would see something like from 1 country or 2 countries. So when we're using that overall context, the Standing Committee want to use about 1, some, and so on. In this case, we have to be really understanding that these are small sample size. However, from the developed country side, it is the sample size is representative, I think, of the number of countries that are developed countries, but from the developing country side, it's not really that representative. But it's enough for us to put together a good document. So I just want to emphasize that we should have something great. Okay, so it's up? Yeah. All right. So we can scroll down to the first set of changes that was made. So when we left the meeting, we tasked Mohammed agreed to assist us, and he did some good contribution to the text. And he also made some recommendations which we could not accept. He recommended some deletions that some parties, some recommended deletions that we could not accept. So we're going to go through some of those. Okay, so these are some of the changes that we made to, like you said, just provide context, which the co-facilitator as well as myself agree to with the submissions made by our small little group. Okay. And so you'll see them highlighted in yellow or in track changes. We didn't make any changes there, so we're going to go to the sections that was a lot of changes. So you still see that we have attributions in the text, so don't worry about that. We have to discuss that as well. Which one is the first paragraph? Can we see it with the track changes? With this. Okay, so we had some conversation around the clarification, and this is one of them, where in the submissions, basically this paragraph 27, based on the submissions, basically showed that the climate finance has a developing country perspective. So there is clearly something like this based on the submissions that we have. So this is how we capture to make sure that it's very clear that we are saying based on the submissions, this is what we're seeing emerging. If we can just maybe, do you want us to just run through the changes quickly and then we can go back? So if we can just take note of that change, para 27, and which was a former para 21. We had a paragraph on the alignment of the SDGs. So we just thought that was a little bit out of context in terms of how the definitions were being provided. So we didn't think it was necessary, so we deleted it. Because there are other paragraphs that talk about safeguards, which is included as well. So. Farmer 32. The paragraph with the exclusion is this. Which one? Right. So in our group, there is a conversation around this paragraph, and the idea would be to delete it. Some persons felt that this should be deleted, and others felt that it should be kept. But this is a submission from only 2 parties, yes, but it's a submission. So we're showing the range of options and what are some of the criteria that we use to define what is climate finance. And some countries actually go a step further to decide what is not climate finance. So that is what this paragraph is saying. Ready to scroll down? So that paragraph, we didn't have agreement. We did not have agreement to delete it. Right. We do have a recommendation to insert reference to the Green Climate Fund work on what was formerly known as climate rationale. So we haven't put it in yet, yes? It's not inserted as yet. It's a footnote. So we put it in as a footnote, yeah. So keep the next issue, right? So this is the former section 4, is now section 5. So section 5 of the original document basically summarized everything at the end without a summary at the beginning. So we decided to shift that around a little bit so that we can have a better context as you're reading through the document. Well, we don't trust that everybody's going to read the whole document, so let's have the summary at the beginning. Okay, so this was right. So this was basically originally called international actors. So we changed the topic a little bit, the heading a little bit, to give a more detailed explanation. And in para 48 there, we provided, Mohammed provided some additional information which improved the paragraph, but he had also provided additional text which we felt was a conclusion that we couldn't support. The evidence didn't provide that, so we didn't include it here. So these are additional. We then moved the relationship with climate finance to green, sustainable, and transition finance below, where in the domestic section, and we put it into a box because it was a little bit out of context here. It's like more of an educational and guidance rather than a submission per se, but so we moved that down below to make this section read a little bit better. We can scroll down a bit. And OEC, so the IPCC section is just scroll up, pretty much stayed the same. And we now have the OECD dot markers. And we added some more information to clarify what, like the contextualize it a little bit more. And so that's our revised section 2 for your consideration to see if we capture it clearly. The next, going down, so the next section is about the MDBs, which some members felt that we should delete the entire thing. However, for the MDBs, we had asked them to make submissions, and they did. The MDBs made a submission, so this is based on their submission, as well as based on your BURs of developed as well as developing countries. The MDB is a bigger flow of climate finance than even the UNFCCC funds. So in terms of international organization, the OECD DAC, I think, represents about 21 parties of the Paris Agreement, around that. And in terms of the MDBs, this includes a significant number of parties, over 100, of both developed and developing countries that rely on this. So a recommendation was to delete much of this, but we think that's a very important grouping of, this grouping of entities is really important to developing country parties to the Paris Agreement. Scroll down a little bit more. Then we left the section on domestic finance. It's there still. And that is where we inserted the section for UNEP so that we have and it's placed in a box so that we can better understand how, it's like a little bit of a picture of how we are thinking of internationally, how of countries are thinking about climate finance. Scroll down a bit. So this text, this explanation with respect to transitional finance, also we changed a little bit. And so this is the final text that we landed on in terms of what was submitted to us, and the co-facilitator and I take a look at it. And I think that's the major areas anymore. That's it. And I think those are the areas of major change that we suggested to this text. Most of it stayed the same. And, and those are the areas that we discussed. Thank you. So we can go back. So I'm open to everybody how you want to proceed in terms of looking at this document. I know you just got it. I know you just got it, so the floor is open to however you want this to be addressed. I think I see Constantine. Oh, Constantine and then Mohammed.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for this immense work that has been done on this document. I'd like to ask a bit, to elaborate a bit about the rationale of removing para 31 about the alignment with SDGs. Because in general, SDGs are, as Agenda 2030 states, they're integrated, indivisible, and balance the three dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental. There is this goal 13 that urges us to take action to combat climate change and impact. So I really think this is a good para to be reflected in this compilation. It only notes that some parties indicated that there should be a better understanding of the how climate finance is improving the implementation of SDGs. So, if needed, you can add the support of my country to this paragraph, but I think it should be retained here in this compilation. Thank you.
Thank you, Constantine. Mohammed?
Hello. First, I'd like to say thank you to the co-facilitators for their efforts in putting this together. I know in this period we're all extremely busy, and it's appreciated. I would just like to, if we can, go to the paragraph that discusses, that was split into two, I think 21. If that's possible. Actually, no, I think it might have changed because of the changes. I think it's 25 now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 27, sorry. Yes, for this, I'd just like to kindly ask that for the second sentence, other submissions set the scope of climate finance sufficient solely to, etc. That in the parentheses, the LMDC submission and India's submission should be added as reference to parties, because both also specify developed to developing.
Sorry?
So it should be AGN, AOSIS, LDC, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, the LMDC, and India.
Okay. But we're going to take, okay, there is a conversation we have to have about the attributions. So we can stick it here for now, and then we will have that conversation later. Okay, thanks, Mohammed.
Sure.
That's it?
I mean, of course, I have other points if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
So if that, on the point of if the attributions are removed, then I think it should be stressed that many submissions set the scope, actually, because we're looking at a lot of submissions that define climate finance from developed to developing countries. And that's one particular point. I do have other points, but for the sake of time, I would like to make a suggestion to everyone and the co-facilitators, if you'd allow me. And that suggestion would be that this document is circulated so that it can be adequately reviewed for a final round of comments, so that it can be finalized tomorrow. Because I do have other comments and I don't know how much time we have to go through them all. I would like to also note that with regards to the relevance of the MDB IDFC principles, common principles, they were not mentioned by any party submissions or non-party submissions. So my point about removing that or shifting that to the annex would be that if one, they weren't mentioned by any party submissions or non-party submissions, or two,
if they weren't part of the mandate or part of what was agreed in Bonn, which I'm not sure and would require clarification on this, then they should be removed. If those two requirements are satisfied, then they should be removed. I would also like to support Konstantin's point on the SDGs. I think when we consider the point on the original paragraph 32 about exclusion lists, the rationale for keeping it was that it was part of a submission, and if the SDGs were part of the submission of the EU, then I think they should be kept that should be kept as well. My only comment on the SDG paragraph, alignment with SDGs in the Addis Ababa action agenda, was that it originally read some parties noted when it was really just originating from one submission, which is so to change it to one party noted or one party group noted. However, the EU is generally classified. And then with the reference to the attribution in the end. I would also like to support Apollonia's point on attributions. I believe given that there's a limited number of submissions in this particular document, given that in the topic of climate finance definitions, actually who submitted a specific point or which party or group of parties agrees with a point is relevant here. It would be relevant if it's a developed or developing country submitting this definition, because the roles of developed and developing countries differ in this regard. Developed countries are the providers and mobilizers of climate finance, while developing countries are the recipients. So for that reason, it's important and to keep the balance and quality of the report, for attributions to be kept in the final document shared with the COP. These are at a high level. These are non-exhaustive comments. And I would also just like to request that the document is circulated with adequate time for observers and members to put together comments. And again, I would like to thank you both, the co-facilitators, for the efforts. I know it's been a crazy couple of days, and the efforts are really appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. I think we have. Let's see the list. Gabi, you're next.
Thank you, Diane, and thanks to you and Apollonia and the team for preparing the document and walking us through. Just to express my support for retaining the SDG alignment paragraph and noting that it was a submission from one party group, which represents 27 parties. So the statement of some parties is actually correct, but however you reflect that is fine. And just in response to what Mohammed just said in terms of attributions, I made the statement in the beginning, it's fine to keep the attribution in there. I just think we need to be aware that we may have different approaches in different reports, and that may raise questions. So at least if we choose to take a different approach in different reports, be clear about it and apply the same the approach that we choose at least consistently within the report. So whenever we do mention parties, we would always have to list then which parties it is or which party groupings. But that's up. I'm not going to make a fuss about this. If it's important for some parties to have attribution, that's fine. It's transparent. It's in the submission anyway, so whichever. And then on the MDB IDFC reference, from my recalling, I think there was a request for submissions by COP even, or CMA, I can't remember which body it was, but on submissions from everyone, including international organizations and observers and whatever. So we can't call for these submissions and then not reflect them. It'd be a bit weird. The other thing is I made a comment on the table. Wait, what was it? Sorry, here. Table 5, with regards to the capturing of the ETF, which is not there. I was just wondering why you decided not to take that up. Fine if you just reflect that. And otherwise, I think, yeah, you did a really good job in a very short time to capture as many comments as possible in think it's a good way forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we missed a few, but I just have Mohammed's comment. We're in the hands of the co-chairs to give us some more time once we've had this initial round to have another conversation about it at some point. We'll see what the co-chairs say, and then we can. Okay, but thanks for that omission. We missed a few of the comments. We will look at that as well. Okay, so Abdel, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Facilitator. And just at the outset, I'd like to echo or second the interventions by Constantine and Mohammed. And I'd just like to note that you said that the document was circulated. I haven't received anything yet. Has anything been circulated? Just in the last
circulated to the members. Only to the members, though, not to the observers.
Yes, I'm a member, so... but
received it yet?
No.
Okay.
Okay, we'll follow. Was it sent just like 15 minutes ago or so? Okay, I'll check. Maybe it's the internet connection, but it's very hard to react to things on the screen. So I'm just going to give general initial remarks, and I certainly support all of the comments made by Mohammed and Constantine. I think there was something about one of the paragraphs that we proposed deleting and that there wasn't agreement upon. I think it was originally 32 and it changed to something else. It was regarding the exclusion list, right? Just want to clarify, our justification for deleting it was that it didn't match the heading it came under. The heading was about, I think, requirements relating to, let's see, it was 32, wasn't it? Yes, biennial reports by Annex 2 parties. So it just stated, I think in its original form, that this wasn't a requirement, the external list or the exclusion list. Nevertheless, these countries do so. I just don't see how that fits. If it's not a requirement of the reports, then, I mean, why, elaborate on it? So that was a justification. If it's a party position, if it was in a submission, which is the main input for this paper, then yes, that's fine. And that's the original mandate, was to, I think, synthesize the submissions by parties and non-parties. So I just want to clarify, this is where we're coming from. There was another paragraph, I think Mohammed addressed it. I think the issue, I forget what the number was, I think paragraph 21 or so. Anyway, I think the point there was that some parties see, and we originally wanted it split, the one long sentence, so that it clarifies that some parties see climate finance as that flowing from developed to developing, while others see it, while others, So that was the thing. We just wanted to concentrate on these two views and clarify that there are these two views. And that, I believe we submitted text or modifications in that respect. So we're not changing. We just wanted to be clear, as far as the distinction between the two views, right? Mm-hmm. So that's, I think, the paragraphs.
So you want paragraph 27 to be two distinct paragraphs then?
Yes, one saying that I think the definition of climate finance is, by definition, as far as I think the agreement in the convention, is that it flows from one set of parties to another set, while others, I think there was something about the global south. Yeah, south to south, right? Not everybody agrees that, that's climate finance. Of course, there are provisions for voluntary, but those, can be, parties can announce those as they see fit. And again, we made suggestions in that regard, I think, yesterday. So I just wanted to clarify that. The other issue is with regard to, what was it, the sections, section 4, I think it's section 5 now. Mm-hmm. I don't know if we added the whole section, but anyway, well, I'll look at the text. But you said that this section, I think you characterized it as an education on guidance, right?
No, I didn't.
I wrote it down. Maybe I misheard you. I'm sorry. But I think this is a crucially important issue in upcoming discussions, climate finance, and it has bears on other discussions in the progress on the 100 billion and the BA, and I just note that there are broad sets of views. You have those that look, I think they're mostly developing country parties that look at the thing, the definition operationally in terms of operationalizing the Paris Agreement and the Convention. So it looks at the main elements: adaptation, mitigation, capacity building, and it looks at the annexes, Annex 2 parties, non-Annex 1 parties, and all of that. So that's what they see as, and of course, and other issues, provisions related to the agreement and the convention. So there's that set of parties, and there are, of course, some parties who don't see the need for a definition, and those overlap with other parties who are seeking a technical definition for climate finance. Just note that first of all, the sections under this new section V, that these are mostly technical, whether it's the OECD or the MDB. So I just fear, and again, they're not in a submission, I just fear that they might crowd out the views expressed in the submissions by parties and non-parties. Now, having said this, we had a lengthy discussion about this yesterday, and we showed some flexibility, saying, especially with regard to the OECD, considering that a certain set of parties were using it, we showed flexibility in retaining it in the main text, as long as it refers that this is, in a way, some elaboration over the views of certain parties and their submissions. But the MDB, I think, and maybe Mohammed touched upon it, was not referenced, I think, in any submissions. And we just, it could be annexed, but it has to have a reference in one of the submissions, because that's the original mandate. It's synthesizing submissions. Again, I see, I'm just waiting for the document to just go over these changes, but I just wanted to make, to emphasize that our issue wasn't with regard to the quality, but it was with regard to the balance of views as it relates to climate finance definitions. If you don't mind just rolling down to I think there was a section, the conclusions, and we made specific proposals in that regard. I think there were a set of or maybe that was in another draft, I don't. But I remember there was maybe a set of 4, I think, I seem to recall that they were conclusions. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll stop there, and as long as we have an opportunity to come back with further comments once I get the document itself.
Okay, thanks for that. So on this particular section, the whole section in terms of the framing and how we're going to approach this document was approved at, I think it's SCF 28. And so based on that framework, we appealed for additional submissions, because we had submissions in 2020, and then the standing committee agreed on this framing, and so we asked for additional submissions. So we received additional submissions from countries and group of countries, but we also requested and received submissions from Third World Network, a group of MDBs, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, International Institute for Environment and Development. And so organizations also made submissions. And so we, in the spirit of what we do at the Standing Committee, if the co-chairs remember, and our members, we do invite and allow for participation of observers as well as international groups in our work. And so, and we agreed on this framework already. So what we basically are doing here for that section, the new section 5, is to capture those submissions in that section. So with
May I intervene, Diane?
Yes, please.
On this point? Yeah, may I? Okay. No, just to clarify, and because the scope of the work was agreed in the Standing Committee of Finance 27, already in Cape Town, synthesizing the submissions and continuing the work of the Standing Committee of Finance on collecting definition in use. And the mandate stated to continue work on definitions, which includes gathering updates on other organizations, including the submissions. And on this, the section 5 now, but it was section 4 yesterday, just to we had also an extensive discussion in Bonn, and it was agreed to have this section as it is now. And yesterday we discussed it again. The proposal was to add more international organization in the list, together with IPCC, OECD, DAC, and MDBs. There was a proposal which is moving the section on the relationship between sustainable finance and etc. The UNEP initiative under these international actors to have a balance in the numbers of the international organization. Now this is in a box, but as already stressed yesterday, this specific section was agreed already in Bonn and the Standing Committee of Finance number 28, but the mandate of the scope of the work was agreed in Cape Town and is coherent with the mandate that we received. So this specific section is coherent and consistent with the mandate, but we can of course add more information, because this is a technical document, and for instance more information can be added in an annex, so no problem for this. I wish also to go back to the comment made by Gabi, and on table 5, the ETF is not yet in use, and I'm taking note of this. Just I have to read. This is why it is not in a box in the relevant section on definition in use under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, but does not yet feature in a review of the definitions currently in use. So this is why this table does not keep your comment. And on the SDGs, I think that the suggestion can be kept back, since it's supported by many colleagues, and is also coherent with the submission made by the EU, of course. But again, on the MDBs and the section 4, this was agreed and is consistent with the mandate. This is why it is as it is. But we can now go back to more comments. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Apollonia. So we now have, so with that explanation, Kevin.
Yes, many thanks, Diane. Really appreciate the work of you, Apollonia, Mohammed, everybody who's been engaging in this conversation after a really spirited breakout group yesterday. And I think we are making some good progress. I think a lot of the changes here make sense, are acceptable. I think I agree with others that the inclusion of the SDG text would be helpful. A couple of broader points. One, there's been a little bit of discussion about sort of the inside-outside the Paris Agreement question, the definition of climate finance under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. I think it's just useful to reiterate that the reason we're doing this exercise is because there isn't a clear definition under the Convention or the Paris Agreement. The entire intention of this activity is to really help us clarify the different understandings that exist, the work that we've done in the BA in the past, and really try to understand where there is common ground, where there seem to be common understandings here. So I think while I appreciate that we are trying to be respectful of what has been adopted under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, like there is a need for this sort of further work precisely because there is a lack of clarity under the Paris Agreement on this particular issue. On a couple of specific points, to talk really briefly about the so-called exclusion list. Given that this has come from the US submission, I would not classify it as an exclusion list, but it is true that it does in fact come from the US definition, which is detailed in our biennial report and was also mentioned in our submission. So I think including it, because it did come from a party submission, would be appropriate in that context. I'd also note, I submitted one written comment previously under the instruments section, that it would be useful to note where certain parties, for example, the US, have stated that we actually don't view the instruments conversation as relevant to the definition of climate finance, and we've quite explicitly stated that we really understand this as being about activities rather than instruments. So a specific inclusion reflecting the view that we expressed about the lack of role of instruments in this conversation, I think would be useful. I also note in this additional section at the end of the report, now I think I've got section 4, overview of conceptual issues. There is a placeholder for context. I'd actually like to hear just a little bit further down than that highlighted. It'd be useful to hear a little bit from the co-facilitators what is envisioned in that placeholder, just to get a sense of what you're planning there. And then last but not least on this attribution question, so frankly sort of agree with Gabriela that I don't really mind either way. It's useful for transparency to have the attributions, but I also understand that it is common practice across all of the constituted bodies to not have this kind of attribution. It's not been historical practice of the SCF. And if we are going to, break from that practice, it would be sort of useful to hear a clear rationale for why that would be the case. I just think we should make an informed decision about, what we're going to do there and how that precedent could affect both the SCF and other constituted bodies. So not necessarily in opposition, but happy to have a more dedicated conversation on the attribution issue, where for me it's sort of, we would need a fairly clear articulation of precisely why, in the specific case of the climate finance definitions work, attribution is required, and I'm not really sure I totally grasp that yet, personally. So happy to have that conversation, and somebody can explain to me what I'm missing. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I lost my list. Oh, here we go. So we're going to get back to you on the issue of the context, the placeholder for context. Once I have a discussion with Apollonia. We missed that one while we were conversing earlier. So we have Fiona.
Thanks very much, and thanks for all your work on this. I wasn't in the breakout group yesterday, so apologies if I'm just going over ground that you've already covered. Just 3 quick points from me. So, of course, I agree on the SDG paragraph as well. I had the same question around Kevin on the context bit. I'm not sure if you even need it, actually, but anyway, you and Apollonia can get back to us on that. second point is on this mandate issues. You know, if it's in a submission, it should be in here. If it's not in a submission, it has no place in the report. But you know, my interpretation of the mandate was actually it wasn't solely based on submissions. I think the language is, you know, we would we would take into account submissions, and so I think, you know, generally the sense we got at COP26 when there was a push for this work was that colleagues wanted a broader understanding of all the different climate finance definitions that are out there, you know, whether they're in submissions or not. And so we would take into account those submissions, but then the work is actually broader than that. And my last point is also about this attribution as well. I'm not convinced that we need it. Table 1 already has a really good overview of the key differences in the climate finance definitions across all the countries and across the submissions as well. So I think that already satisfies the readers' need to have that attribution to see where the various parties and groups stand on the various definitions and the various elements of that. I find it quite distracting reading through. You know, and then you have to go back, you read a sentence and you look at who submitted and then you have to go back and compare it. I think it actually distracts from what the key messages are of this report, which is that there are lots of definitions out there and that there are different views on many of these elements. But I think actually just, you know, having that attribution is actually quite distracting. Thank you.
Thanks, Fiona. Luca?
Thank you, Dan. Could we please up down to the paragraph 21?
Sorry, can you say that? 21? Which
yes.
Is it former 21 or now 27? Okay.
New one.
The new 21, okay.
Yes, new 21. Yes, okay. I'd like to share 3 comments on the draft document. First, I have concern with the expression of the current definition in use in the first line of the paragraph 15. It's inaccurate and doesn't conform to the nature of the report. And it's misleading readers because there is no current or accurate definition based on Article 4 of the Convention and the Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement. In this case, the expressed current definition in use could be replaced as some definitions in use by some parties. This is my first point. Secondly, in the same way, I have concern with the expression of core definition of climate finance here in the second line of the paragraph 15. In this context, I think it's too subjective to be accepted. Maybe it could be changed. Okay, we changed the core with some definitions with definitions. Yeah. Okay. Thirdly, based on the report and our discussions today and yesterday, I'd like to share my input on climate definition with Chair Box later. In this way to save time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was a good contribution. Matthias?
Thanks, and let me join colleagues first of all in thanking you for the work you're doing on this. And I think from my side, I think we could be very much going along with the draft which you put forward, and maybe just sort of a more general reflection on some of the comments made in relation to sort of where we are on definitions of climate finance. I mean, from our perspective, you know, I'm pretty comfortable with the definition that we're using, and hopefully most of us around the table are, you know, comfortable with the definitions that we are using. And I mean, as Fiona was saying, there was a request for this work to be done at COP26, and we agreed to it. But I don't think that we would be honoring the mandate if we then, in the report, would be sort of indicating that this is the right or the wrong way to go about with definitions of climate finance, but rather stating what's out there. And again, we're using the real markers, and that's the definition that we will be continue to using. And I think if other countries or parties wish to use other definitions, that's something which could be then obviously reflected in the report as well. But I think it would be very unfortunate if the report sets out, to say or sort of implies that this is the right or the wrong definition to use, but rather, this is a reflection of the definitions in use. And I think definitely there are current definitions in use. Apparently there are. If there was one, we wouldn't be doing the report. So there are current definitions in use, and I think the report should be reflecting that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be honoring the mandate that which we all agreed to at COP26. Thanks.
Thank you. And then we have Uti, and then we Mohammed. Uti, please.
Let me just unmute myself. I hope you can hear me. First of all, thank you so much for this work, and for also I wasn't able to participate in that breakout group discussion yesterday. So anyway, it looks like you've done a tremendous job in terms of trying to accommodate the different views. Just to highlight that the Standing Committee on Finance has been publishing or has been doing these biennial assessment and overview reports since 2014, and the committee has always agreed on the summary recommendations, which include an operational definition. So by extension, basically the Standing Committee, there has been a current definition or operational definition on climate finance that the Standing Committee itself has subscribed to for several years. So I think this work, this report on the definition has to be true to also sort of really reflect reality and I think and respect the mandate agreed, which then includes not just reflecting the submissions but also basically the reality out there, including the definitions used by all the other institutions on which provide the data on which the SCF's reports are based on. Thank you.
Thank you, Utis. Zarihan.
Thank you, Diane. And also Apollonia for this work. So I think the key elements, one of the key elements we have used or you have used to, to lay over the submissions by both parties and non-parties is also instruments. So the issue of instruments or, the omission of instruments is against, in my view, it's clearly indicated in the Paris Agreement under Article 2 or 9 of the Paris Agreement when it comes to the issue of climate finance. So we shouldn't really leave out the discussion under the paragraph 28 of this text, because it is clearly indicated in the Paris Agreement. So one of the key elements when we talk about climate finance is under Paris Agreement is the issue of instrument, grant, and concessional or grant or concessionality is very important on top of the key elements indicated in the convention, such as the issue of new additional adequacy and predictability and other elements as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Mohammed.
Hi again, everyone. I think I would like to just make just one more specific point, then talk more generally. So I would like to support my colleague's point on paragraph 21, the current 21. This is also a comment that I've submitted yesterday. The current definitions in use is misleading a bit. I see this part of this paragraph as a response to the paragraph that's above it, the couple paragraphs that are above it. If we can scroll up just to contextualize the paragraph within the document, you have a need for a common definition. It's noted by some parties, and that's focused on operationalizing and achieving the objectives of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. So some parties hold this view that we need one definition in order to be able to effectively operationalize climate finance as it relates to the Convention and the Paris Agreement. So that's one half of the view. The second half of the view is the view that we should have multiple or broad definitions in use. Multiple definitions, which are different definitions for different purposes, and broad enough to encompass varying operational definitions in use for specific purposes. So some parties fall in the first camp, where we need one definition. Some parties fall in the second camp. And although it's not a one-to-one mapping, we see, generally speaking, the majority of the parties that fall in the first camp, the one definition, are developing countries. And the majority of parties that fall in the second camp are developed country parties. So this is why I think it's important to change this title. And this brings me to my second point. My second point is that I genuinely believe this discussion is useful, of course. However, I don't believe going through details and changes in this format is effective enough. I think this is a long document with a lot of nuances and a lot of differing views. And therefore, I would like to reiterate and encourage the co-chairs to provide the opportunity for further rounds of comments to be submitted. And this brings me to my third point. Why do we view this as important? What is at stake at the big picture? What is the purpose of this document? The purpose of this document is to clarify a point of divergence among parties. Currently, there's no single or common definition of climate finance. There are no common approaches to climate finance, right? So this discussion is supposed to facilitate that. That's what's at stake. So in order to achieve this purpose, it's very important that balance is a big part of this process. Balance between views of providers and mobilizers of climate finance, and balance from the views of the recipients of climate finance that have very specific needs and priorities, different pathways to achieve the Paris Agreement, and so on and so forth. So that's why it's very important that voices are equally presented in this document. And that's why Section 5, previously Section 4, was a concern for us. We are not putting our head in the sand that some organizations have climate finance definitions in use and approaches. That's not what's occurring. Our concern is that having an entire section after the submissions of parties and non-parties that essentially outlines a particular approach to climate finance that isn't shared among developing and developed countries at the same extent, amplifies the views of developed country parties at a level higher than those of developing country parties. And that was the concern. We believe that the quality of the report is excellent in terms of quality. We had no issues when it comes to quality. Our issues are about balance. And if I can provide just one example, If we can go to the box now, which was previously, I guess, the section about sustainable and green finance. There's a sentence here that says, well, some principles that can be noted are the absence of viable or mature green technology alternatives and avoidance of carbon lock-in, citing the ILO, EU, and Standard Chartered. Here, the report reads more like an academic report using citations to justify a view. And I noted this as well as being prescriptive and offering an opinion and using citations as justification when that's not the mandate of the report. So that's another example of why we need to pay attention to ensuring that there are balanced voices in this, that the document covers the views of parties under different circumstances equally without amplifying the voices of some and over others. So that is why we believe this is very important for everyone to understand. As for our detailed comments on specific sections, we've shared these yesterday. We're open, obviously, to collaborating in the spirit of compromise, and working with the document in its new form, in its new form, and seeing how we can get to a point where we can agree. However, we would like to ask once more an opportunity to have that, and I'm available at your disposals, the co-facilitators, at any point in time, should you require any support from my end. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mohammed. So I see Gabby want to have the floor, but let me just say something. So, okay, so the general question that the co-facilitator and I have is that, is anything in here that is technically incorrect? Right, so this document is technically correct. It is reflecting information from the BORs. By the way, the BORs and the national communications are the documents that countries submit, and they all are required to have a definition, their own individual definition of what is climate support. So it's not just finance, it's support. Technology transfer, capacity building, actual funds, and so on. And in those documents, which is the original documents that we always use to prepare all of our technical documents, they include things like instruments, they include definitions, and recently they started to have, to make it clear, they have not an exclusion list, Kevin is correct, but a principle of making it there, clarifying what they support. They also clarify what they don't support. So over time, we've seen that emergent information being submitted to the Secretariat. So in this case, with respect to the BURs and the national communication, we don't have that many from developing countries, that is true. But we have more than that we normally would have. But this is a technically correct document, so let's make that very clear. So the issue that we have here is, I think Mohammed is correct in the sense that we could make it a little better, improve the quality of the communication of the technical information. We agree that we can do some additional work on that, which we will. On the issue, though, of the technical issues that have been identified by parties through various formats, including, and Fiona is correct, submissions, is that we've reflected them here properly. I think I can say that between the secretariats, they did a really good job. Bianca first, myself, and Apollonia. Apollonia did a good job as well. So we then come to the issue that we're disagreeing on, and those issues are clearly the ones that are political. And that is where we are now. So I'm going to pull rank here. So I'm the longest serving member of the standing committee. And I think we started this committee, and we take pride in this committee to really focus on being technically correct as much as possible. And then we recognize that when we get to the COP, that is where we negotiate, and that is where the right forum for political we take political positions and move forward. So I think this is, I just wanted to say this is the lens that, at least for myself, as a co-facilitator, this is what that's the vision, and this is what the principle that we use to prepare this document and the guidance that we provided to the Secretariat and conversation Apollonia and I have had. So I just wanted to state that. So the question here that we want to hear from you is, are we technically correct on that? Thanks. Gabrielle?
Thank you, Diane. And in your first response, yes, it is correct. And with that regard, just on a response on the reference to sources of information, that is also a common approach we have used, that we actually reference where the information which is technically correct is being displayed is coming from, so people can follow why this information is there, or where it originally came from. So absolutely underline the importance of stating the source of information. Now, is it correct? Yeah, maybe it can be tweaked a little bit to make it even more correct. So, for example, the term core definition, in the past we have used the term operational definition. So we go back to the used term that is well known, fine. Whether the adjective current is 100% technically correct, you can just say definitions in use, because that they are in use is obviously a fact, otherwise they wouldn't be there. Whether it's current or future or whatever, it's just definitions in use, fine. There's things you can tweak to make it even a bit more correct maybe, or just take out some nuances or something. But this is a report about reflecting what's there and what people have, what parties have submitted, non-parties, international organizations, and what is there. If we don't, it's not going to go, the application of a definition by stakeholders or whoever is not going to go away just because we don't display it. It actually makes the report less transparent if you don't include it. And I think we don't live up to the mandate to give the full picture of what's there. So leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, sorry. Apollonia my co-facilitator wanted the floor.
Well, no, just to echo you, Diane, and the question is actually if this report is technically correct, and is a question that we can pose to all the colleagues now. Of course, we can work on some adapting the text to some suggestion. For instance, on the title on the current definition in use can be just some definition in use. But these are really few things. It's important to understand if the report capture all the submissions, is consistent with the mandate, and is technically correct. These are three main elements that we want to understand from you all. With regard to, there was also an issue posed on the attribution. The attribution is not required, so it is not an explicit request, but since some parties consider this an important element for this specific report, we wish to invite all the members to give us an answer, because we don't want to take the responsibility to reject this request from some parties, or just to keep it. So I would also ask to the Standing Committee of Finance members to answer this question. And that's it from my side. So it's a more question for you than for us. So please, over to you.
Thank you. Then we have Abdel, and then we'll go back to the co-chairs for guidance.
Thank you, Madam Co-Facilitator. I just want to emphasize that we never doubted the technical correctness or the quality of the work, even yesterday. And again, it was just a question of balance. And at the outset, or initially, we wanted, certain sections to be either deleted, and we have long discussions about removing them or annexing them. I think what we agreed upon at the end was that, okay, as long as because these sections, especially the OECD and the other stuff, we see them as elaboration on certain party positions because they're mainly followed by a set of parties. So I think the agreement was just to make sure that this is an elaboration, because if it comes right after the party submissions, it seems like it's I don't know, like it's refereeing at the end or something, or that it's giving or that it's concluding with regard to the issue. And the jury is out as far as climate finance definitions. So as long as it's qualified in a way that it's an elaboration on the submissions of parties, anything else that's not in the submissions, I think it would be better to be in the annex. Because, this issue, I think, is mainly, it's going to be submitted to the COP, it's going to be considered by parties. But I think the main thing to, maintain that balance is to make sure, that we have qualifiers in these definitions that bring them back to party submissions. Thank you, Madam Co-Facilitator.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, Apollonia and I are here to make sure we have technically correct and top quality. So we just don't want regular quality. So anything you can do to provide us with that, we are happy to work on it. So I think we're out of time. Yes? So back to you, co-chairs.
Thank you, Diane. I've been told that lunch has now been served, but you can eat it to lunchtime. This is from you. This comes from your secretariat. No, not. I think maybe we need to take a pause now.
Yes.
And maybe it'll be a good opportunity for members of the SCF to actually have some informal chats with one another to see how we can go forward. I think from what we've been hearing here, some of the key things that we want in the document, I think you've done an excellent job on the document, and I don't think anybody doubts that the document is technically correct and sound. It's just a question of how we present it. We need to maybe also look at the attribution issue. And I was just looking at some of the words we use, because if you use the word sum, in the dictionary terms, it means an unspecified amount or number. But if you use the word few, it means a small number. And if you use the word most, it means the greatest amount. And if you use the word several, it's more than two, but not many. So, I mean, we're going to just, so we need to maybe just see how we deal with it in a manner that nobody feels they are marginal. I can give you an example of, I'm not saying this will happen, but let's say Gabby says, we've made a submission as EIG, and so some parties. And then somebody else says, no, but AGN made a submission, and EIG is how many? I don't know. Let's have arguments like 20, and then the guy from the AGN said, but we are 50. We double, so then people start. So I think maybe we can just apply our minds. I think we have very good people in the room here so that we can find a way of addressing that. Diane, you mentioned also that there's some places where you can improve the language technically in that, so maybe let's look at doing that. And then I think the point that Abdel Rahman was raising was that we want to also make sure that there's balance in the document so that nobody feels that it emphasizes one view over the other view. But I don't think it's insurmountable types of things. So maybe let's break for lunch and use the opportunity for members to just have some informal conversations with one another. And I'm sure we can find some solutions to move forward on that, if that is acceptable to the members. Okay, then what time should we reconvene? 1:30. So that's okay. So we'll reconvene at 1:30 then, and so lunch is served.
All right, which room is which breakout group in the afternoon?
The BA is Rosser and the 100 billion is here in Blue Water.
Maybe the Secretariat can just catch what we will do in the afternoon. Or just mention it, Jeff.
So the breakout groups will begin at 1:30 p.m. Australia time. And the room where we are here in the plenary, we will have the discussions on the 100 billion report. And in the room Rosser, we will have the discussions on the 5th final assessment. And we will put up on the Zoom meeting for the virtual members and participants how to join the instructions. And 40 minutes from now. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Richard. Okay. Good afternoon, good morning, colleagues. We're getting started, trying to get the revised draft on screen. Richard, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm in a car. I'm going to the office now. I think I'll certainly hear you. I'm sorry I couldn't. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we hear you. Thank you, Richard. Okay, that's great. Well, we hope the connection stays. Is it okay for you if I just walk people through the latest version of the draft?
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Okay.
Just go through. I'll listen. Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so let me do that. It's on screen right now. So I'm sorry you received two versions. We're going through the latest one, which is the corrigendum. Just to clarify, the version before had comments between Richard and I, and I'll get to that when I orally introduce it, just so you understand where we're at. Okay, so at the beginning, the first edit is in paragraph 10, content. The rest is just like language. It's omitted words, typos, things like that. Paragraph 10, we have the methodological challenges, and there we have removed the reference to whether nominal or real value currency. This was submitted in writing. It still remains in the technical report, but we understood that it's not a key finding or a main element of challenge. Other challenges are more important to be highlighted in the executive summary, so we agreed to delete it. And then have different evidence bases related to the three, albeit closely related issues. That's also, it's a statement of fact, so we included that. Then in paragraph 12, here we did some restructuring. So we start with the key findings, not with a heading, but with the two of the core elements of key findings to give them more visibility, which is something we have heard from several members. The first, it is widely accepted that the goal was not achieved in 2020, as was recognized by parties at COP26, and then a reference to the decision. And then the decision, the paragraph which was requested by Diane to embed it in the broader picture, which is that implementing the goal is essential, but it's only one element necessary to address the global climate crisis, and that we fully have to respond and implement. In order to fully respond to the crisis, we have to implement all aspects of the Convention and the Paris Agreement at all levels and by all actors. This is also this whole of government approach, which was raised by several, that we should capture that. So this is how we address that. And then we have in paragraph new 14, we've added the compromise we have on using various sources of information and not excluding any, but made this reference that some analyses make assumptions which are not aligned with the language of the 100 billion goal, just to be fully transparent. But of course, none of the analysis continue to suggest that the goal was met, so that's very transparent. Then the below paragraph 16 is just a matter of language. Now we come to the lollipop graph. You see the revised version of the lollipop graph. We simplified it as requested. So we took out the forward-looking data, and all we have in there is the ex-post data, but per channel, which we understand is the most important message of the graph. First of all, you clearly see the gap now that we have between where current finance flows are and where they should be with 100 billion in the aggregate estimate at the very top, and then below you see the various channels to make it fully transparent which channel contributes how much to the goal overall, or to the current flows. Let's take that. And we included the asterisks as promised with the two reports, which make assumptions that are not in line with the language of the goal. And then we, below, changed, of course, the description of the graph, explaining what's in the graph. Then the next graph is the same, so we didn't change the graph itself. All we did is introduce the asterisks. And I'm just noticing, Patty, there, the Oxfam pledges analysis also needs an asterisk. We said that yesterday, I just realized that. It's not in there yet. We have to change that. So we'll change that, include the asterisks there, that's an omission. Then paragraph 19, it's a copy-paste error. We simply lost the 2013 figure because of copy-paste. Then paragraph 20 is, again, like a reflection of, well, we took out the most driven by MDBs and multilateral climate funds because that's the main source of information, so it's kind of a duplicative thing, so we took that out. And again, speaking to the referencing of the two of the reports, that's why there's additional language on that. Richard, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No problem. Then it's just language in the paragraphs below. Nothing content-wise. Yeah, so new paragraph 30, I guess, yeah. So this was included because of the many statements with regards to the comparison of needs versus quantum and so on and so forth. And this is the qualifier we've introduced. That the goal was never meant to meet the totality of developing countries' needs. Nevertheless, developed countries should mobilize and provide climate finance in response to the priorities expressed by developing countries. It's kind of just a clarification of the addressing the needs, because there were some concerns about that. Then there's language below in paragraph 31. We just clarified it because it was, some people said it's difficult to read. And just made it more explicit that one of the key issues is the common time frame of the goal and the needs expressed, which is not given, and that's why these assessments were also difficult. Then we changed the title in subparagraph 1 to thematic split. Doesn't really change the meaning. It's the sections below are about adaptation and mitigation needs and whether or not expressed versus the provision. So it's like, it's about the thematic split. That's why we changed the title. And then we were requested to also include the costed needs. This is information directly from the NDR. In 33, it's factual. Then we were requested to add figure 3 in the sector section, so we did that. It's also directly drawn from the technical report. Then sources and instruments. There we've received comments to completely exclude that section, which we decided not to do because we also have heard comments or views from parties that think this is really important. So we have retained it. We just simplified it a bit and reduced it to the core reports that speak to this particular issue. Then below, access and disbursement. Yeah, this sentence didn't read very well, and we didn't think it was, well, some people were like, question mark, we don't understand the sentence. So we removed it because it was late and we didn't have the patience to read drafts, and we didn't feel it was super essential to the report, to the executive summary, so we removed it. Then paragraph 42, we have removed the India Ministry of Finance because the section is about access and disbursement. But Patty, we said we would refer to the LTF report. Sorry. So we have removed the Ministry of Finance report because one party said, well, it's just one party view, but there is actually a source that we have for the rest of the report and also in the technical report, which is the LTF workshop reports that we have, which have also been endorsed by COP. And those, because the sentence of the Indian Ministry of Finance was just about the question of how or what the need is on the disbursement versus provision and so on. And there have been multiple statements from parties in LTF workshops that state disbursed funds crossing borders should be measured to assess progress on climate finance goals. So a similar statement to what was in that report is in the other LTF workshop report, which was stated by multiple parties, so we just make that more evident. That will be included. I'm sorry, it was, as I said, it was late last night. Then it's like language, minor edits, language. So little e in paragraph 47. This was suggested, but without a source of information. So if we get the actual source of information that can be quoted, we're willing to include it. If we don't get the actual source of information, which has to be like one of the reports that we're considering in the sources of information, we will not be able to include it because we understand it's a statement of fact, but if we don't know where the fact is from, and we weren't able to draw that down yesterday night, so. And we understand it's about the top 20 non-Annex 1 emitters because it is about trends related to meaningful mitigation action. In the framing of the goal was primarily focused of meaningful mitigation action from non-Annex 1 parties. And we did not differentiate in the rest of the report and the executive summary between parties because most reports do not differentiate. So again, all we do is draw upon sources that we have. So if that literature can be provided, we'll have a look at it. Then we added in paragraph 53 a sentence to the fact that estimates focus primarily on project co-financing. So the methodologies that are out there for tracking mobilized private finance focus on co-financing. Although the Paris Agreement or the decisions on the Paris Rulebook clearly say mobilized through public intervention, and there are more complex methods, more complex approaches for that, which is technical assistance or policy-related efforts, but there's no methods, accounting methods out there. And that's just like as well stating that fact that this is the case. Then at the end of paragraph 55, we took up the point on the capacity building and whole of government approach that was proposed by Matthias already also in the group. Then there's language, just simple language. The next major edits are, let me go through. Maybe 64, because the rest is really just all language changes. The balance between adaptation and mitigation needs within individual countries, costed and uncosted, varies significantly. It's also a statement of fact that's also in the NDR, which was requested to be taken up. Then we removed, again, a sentence in paragraph 66 because we were asked what this meant. We also couldn't remember, so it was late. We removed it. You see, when we didn't know, we just that's real tired. Then language. Now the recommendations. Let's get to the heart. So we introduced recommendation B, which is on the mobilization of private finance through public interventions, and the fact that there's a large section on lessons learned and challenges that this mobilization was significantly overestimated ex ante, and there seems to be quite a strong challenge in that, especially because it's flat since I think 2017. It does not seem to grow at the same rate. There's a long text about that, and this encourages parties and other climate finance providers to further assess the underlying reasons for this lower than anticipated climate finance mobilized. And then the two aspects of it, which have been stated in literature and also reports, that could be the underlying reasons, and to address the reasons identified with the view to increasing the mobilization. So the idea is that these actors should look at what the challenges were and the underlying reasons and then address them through appropriate measures. That's the idea of this recommendation. Then recommendation C was introduced based on the intervention from Diane and others with the broader policy framework, and the text is also drawn directly from the challenges part in the technical report but also in the executive summary. Then the recommendation on enhancing access, as requested by Matthias, we added the task force on access to climate finance. Then recommendation F, Fiona rightly so pointed out that it's not clear insights from whom to whom and what. And so you rephrased that to make it clear, and also to reference the informed by the lessons learned on the current pattern of climate finance. So it's really the idea that parties, operating entities, and other climate finance providers make a more effective use of the available climate finance to address the needs of. So it's really the underlying theory is that effectiveness increases if the climate finance you are providing or mobilizing is targeted to the priorities expressed by developing countries, the effectiveness will increase. That's the underlying theory. And these actors should be informed by the pattern we are observing right now, which is described further above. Then I was added in response to a request, I think it was Rebecca who proposed this, and we reframed it. So she sent some language and we changed it. It speaks primarily to the fact that there's limited availability of information on meaningful mitigation action. And we encourage parties and operating entities and other climate finance providers to enhance the reporting of information in this regard. And that means, well, of course, the effectiveness of their own work, but also how policy environment drives their investments. It's kind of both sides. Then the whole of government approach on capacity building, again, the recommendation as promised, introduced. Then we added the confidentiality considerations with K2. And we removed the second part in K3 because the recommendation was very wordy and difficult to read. And the second part was merely there to provide confidence or comfort that this wouldn't be drawn out of a hat, but built on actually information that's available. But we figured once this recommendation is being implemented, that is a natural anyway, so we took it out just to make it more easy readable. And the last one, which we added, is little m, which was the request from Ivan, speaking to the lessons learned and challenges to be considered in the deliberations of the new collective quantified goal, in particular related to tracking of progress. And with that, happy to open the floor and listen what you think. And just to clarify, all these edits were in the executive summary. Once we have agreed in the committee on the executive summary, we make all the changes in the technical report in line with this.
Can I come in?
Yes, please, Richard, and then Abdel.
Okay, I'm sorry. There are some areas where I also highlighted some of the issues I didn't hear. Unfortunately, I'm driving. I'm not sure if those were also highlighted where I had proposed to get out some of those areas where I thought they are not.
Yeah, I can say that again. So, just to clarify, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, and also on the top 20 meters or top 20 non-Annex 1 or Annex 1 meters, I thought, I think I didn't understand the context of that. Then I had the strike off then Annex 1, but then since there was no information, I thought then we could delete that because I thought it was not contextualized well. That's why I was confused, and I had to strike off none, then I left it to Annex 1. But if there is no information, then I had proposed also that to be removed. If it's about non-Annex 1. So I don't know if you are able to get my reaction, of course, and then of course, if you have clarified this during your presentation.
Yes, so I can, like on this non-Annex 1, Annex 1 emitter thing, I think I was very clear we would only include it if we get the source of information, and we would reflect what the source of information says. So before we have the source of information, the whole thing is in brackets, including all non or Annex 1 or non-Annex 1 or whatever, because we first have to see the source and then see how we reflect it. And we haven't received the source, neither you nor I, so, and the team. So we'll, for the time being, it's in brackets, that's clear. And on the other two, let me clarify that. So Richard requested the deletion of the newly added recommendation, which we included in response to Diane's request and to Ivan's request. And that was just to be very clear. Well, I've requested to keep them in there and circulated, since we will have a conversation about all the recommendations which were added anyway. And if you all disagree and say remove it or add something new, we're in your hands. But I figured it would not be accurate not to reflect all the views which were shared around the table and clear requests made for additional recommendations. Richard couldn't participate in plenary, so for example, the request by Diane, he couldn't hear. And we were not able to talk to each other on the phone yesterday because it was 1 a.m. and really difficult. So that's like one of the challenges we have with the hybrid format, looking at the co-chair. Who's not so fond of hybrid. I do agree that this is one particular challenge, just to be fully transparent. I hope that's okay for you like this, Richard.
Yeah, no, what I wanted is to, unfortunately, of course, we are supposed to touch base before even coming here because we should have agreed what to put on. But what I wanted was to, at least be clear that because I didn't hear some of the conversation and some of the recommendations to me looked unnecessary. And I thought if they are deleted, they will leave the text much more clearer. And there was also a recommendation not to put, I think, recommendations here. Then I thought that was also not appropriate because at least we need something on the 100 billion in terms of, no, was it lessons learned or something like that? So that there shouldn't be anything on the lessons learned, I think. Then I thought that was also unnecessary because we need to write something on the lessons learned. So I made like 3 substantive recommendations. If you have been able to explain them, that's fine because I'm ready to discuss them, but at least colleagues should be aware that because I was not able to connect clearly when we were discussing, I thought some of those recommendations were not, to me, they looked a bit out of, they are not necessary, so to say. Okay. So maybe let's open the discussions, but at least you have highlighted those areas where I thought we need further discussions before we include them.
Yes, yes, that's what we just did. So yeah, I think everything is very transparent. Abdel, you wanted the floor? Okay. All right, any comments? Well, that's what I just said. I said he had stated that these 2 additional recommendations that I flagged, the one on the broader policy framework and the one on the lessons learned of the 100 billion going into the NCQG process, which was requested by Ivan, he had not heard, and that's why he felt we should remove them and it would make the text more readable, and I insisted to include them because they were raised from the floor, and we agreed that we will have an in-depth conversation about all the recommendations anyway again today. That's what we're here for. And if you all agree to remove all of them, even not the ones which are in track change, but everything, we're in your hands, right? We do what the committee is asking for. So, yeah. Kevin.
Yes, thanks. So first and foremost, I really appreciate your and Richard's really hard efforts on this. I think it's moving in the right direction, and indeed it reflects a lot of the discussions that we had yesterday. We've got quite a few comments here on sort of the way that some of the changes have been implemented, but I think generally speaking, more or less fine across the vast majority of them. But I think we will want to submit some of this in writing, just to spare all of you me going through line by line the many edits that I still have here. To flag a couple of the big ones on key findings and the widely accepted nature that the goal was not achieved in 2020, I think fair enough, and I think that sentence can be retained in some form. We might want to think a little bit about tweaking the language about as was recognized by parties at COP26, just because we didn't have this quantitative information at COP26, and we didn't recognize at the time that it was not achieved in 2020 because we didn't have the data. So there's a little bit of a timing issue as we describe as was recognized by parties at COP26. So we'll want to tweak that. On the figures, I recognize that all of the forward-looking information has been removed from Figure 1A, which I definitely understand that there was a discussion on this. I don't think, frankly, I think I would be supportive of reverting the figure to its previous form. I really like the asterisk approach. I think that makes sense to continue to include the information here that is really of high interest to some parties, even if I think we continue to disagree about that. But I think it would be helpful to continue to show these elements on here, which do have forward-looking information and are indeed quite robust in terms of their quantitative analysis. So I think another discussion about including those forward-looking elements on here would be important. Got another comment with regard to the section addressing the needs of developing countries, and in particular this edit about how we are sort of combining the recognizing the full quantum was not intended to meet the totality of needs. I'm a little worried, unsurprisingly, about the word should, and also the inclusion of provision here. So I think we should probably stick with mobilization, which is, of course, the language of the goal. And I think that we as a committee should move away from the word should, which is a little bit prescriptive. And I'm sure we can find another way of describing that is helpful. Throughout most of this section on addressing the needs, I continue to get a little bit confused as to whether or not we were referring to the number or the economic value of the needs. And there are some places where we clearly say, well, number of needs, and there are other places where we say, percent by cost. So just to make clear throughout when we're referring to 40% by number or by cost of the needs, I think would be helpful. Just a couple more points in here. All right, okay, on the addition of the BUR information, so this just comes directly from the UNFCCC's website and the BUR registry, so that is where this information is drawn from. I think for us, again, as you already said, Gabriela, like the context of the goal is meaningful mitigation action as it pertains to non-Annex 1 parties as they have been implementing climate action and increasing their mitigation ambition over the course of the last several years, the time period of the goal, recognizing that our information base on this is relatively limited. This seems to be one quite clear, one quite factual place that we can point to as a relevant source of information. And again, it is just straight from the UNFCCC's website on this. With regard to this terms and conditions question, which comes up a couple of places, I think that probably just warrants a conversation offline, probably because I just don't totally understand what is meant in that context or what's really relevant with regard to that aspect. And so yes, it's partially the MDB recommendation, but it also comes up in the body of the report with regard to, my paragraph numbers are weird, so I'm not going to give you the number. I think it's page 18. But I sort of just I don't really see the relevance of understanding the minutiae of legal details as it relates to terms and conditions. If what we're talking about is instruments, that's fine, and we can have a conversation about instruments and the relationship and various strengths and weaknesses of instruments. But sort of the terms and conditions themselves, I don't really think are very relevant to this conversation. So maybe I'm just missing something there, and we can continue to have that discussion. And then last but not least, on the executive summary itself, there is a line about the way that sources of information understand the balance of adaptation and mitigation finance, which I think we just still need to tweak that language a little bit. I think right now it's sort of, and I recognize we've also submitted comments on this, and I don't think we've gotten it quite right yet, to be fair. I think that it sort of implies that we have an understanding that adaptation mitigation balance is 50-50 at a global level. Not all reports think this. There is a possibility for this to be different, including at the global level, but also very different across scales. So I think we just need to tweak the wording on this to get that right. Across the recommendations themselves, really supportive of everything that has been included here and the vast majority of what's been adjusted. I think we'll want to continue to engage on these two private sector related recommendations. I suspect that those are going to warrant some further discussion to get the language right. I'm not totally sure what further assess means or assess and further improve means. So I think we'll just want to think through kind of as a collective what makes most sense in terms of the recommendations here, but generally supportive of their inclusion. And then the last piece I wanted to flag is on the final recommendation on the relationship to the new goal. I think we are supportive of that. I think we're hesitant to include specific elements related to the tracking of progress, because there are, of course, very many new elements of the new goal, and I'm not sure we should highlight any one in particular, but generally speaking, supportive of what's here. So that's a high-level overview of the many comments we've gotten. And again, I think we're happy to submit those in writing, but generally really supportive of the direction here. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. And thanks also for your comments yesterday. Let me start with, I'll probably not make a very popular general statement, to recall where we are in the process and how much time we have left until the conclusion of this meeting. I recognize, and I maybe should have started with that, we have not included all your comments exactly how you have submitted them from no one, just to be very transparent. We have taken a call and made tweaks and adjusted and taken some and not taken some other things. And we will not be able to take every single member's view exactly how it has been conveyed. This is a negotiation, and in the end, it's, I guess now the word balance is appropriate. It's about balancing views, and everyone should feel equally unhappy or happy with the report and the executive summary and recommendations in the end. So just to start with that. And in that regard, yeah, all the legal debates on whether it should or it's not just doesn't say shall, and I understand very well the difference between shall or should. But I think if we then go to may or something, we'll get into a space where other parties will feel, or other members in the SEF will feel very uncomfortable. So just to make that clear, then this whole provide versus mobilize, there's a common understanding that, or that's the common reading, that the provide reflects to the public and the mobilize rather to the mobilized through public interventions kind of part. And also that's why there's a differentiation in the Paris Agreement with 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3. And I don't think you would not want, I mean, we can have a conversation about that, and I know Sahir has launched that multiple times, whether the mobilization, the 100 billion should include any public or not. And I think if we remove the provide part, that's a question of whether you want to signal that the public shouldn't be part of that. And I have to tell you, as an SEF member myself, I would feel very uncomfortable with that. And that's why it says provide and mobilize. Then the number or cost it needs, thank you. Yes, we actually wanted to address that. And while you were saying it, I realized this was not done because poor Paddy, we literally left here without dinner at like 11:30, including because your comments were almost 2 hours late, just to be very transparent. But yeah, I think this is definitely something we can take up. Then the registry, yes, it's an additional element. Leave it up to members to react to it. As I said, in general, if it's a statement of fact, yes, we can include it, but we have to hear other members' views. The terms and conditions, just why is it relevant? Because they speak to the concessional level. So it's actually, I think there might be a misunderstanding. So the terms and conditions are not related to any private sector stuff. It's actually about the concessional level, primarily related to public capital. And that's why we also included public somewhere when it was in the paragraph where it speaks to that. We included public to make it clear it's about the terms and conditions that MDBs use in their instruments, which currently are fully transparent on their website. The thing is, they're like in huge contracts, difficult to find, but they're really important to assess the concessionality level. So that's why that request is there. The adaptation mitigation balance, I think that's the language you proposed, which is now in there. So happy to have a look at that. And yeah, further assess tracking progress, I guess. On the further, just to explain what our idea was behind the further assess, there are some lessons learned or indications that point out to, for example, the underlying reasons, but they're not very detailed and elaborate. And the idea is that these actors which are listed actually dig into that and further understand, because our underlying assumption here is, or theory, I guess, is that once these actors better understand why there were these challenges or underlying reasons for them, it will facilitate for them to find solutions to address them. That's the main underlying motivation. And with that, I'm sorry, I think it was Fiona and then Abdel.
Thank you so much for staying up late and trying your best, and Richard as well, and Patty, to integrate all these comments. Fully appreciate what a hard task that is, given that you're jet lagged as well. So thank you so much, and really appreciate your efforts. I spent the lunch break eating lunch and getting coffee, so I haven't had a chance to come up with all those suggestions as Kevin did. But I do recognise your point, though, Gabriella, that. And this was one of my questions, like, well, how are we going to move forward? Because if we just keep going round after round of integrating comments, we can do that for another week or two. We only have another 24 hours or so. So let's just try and find some way that we can do the best we can and actually have a report. I mean, this was a really clear mandate from colleagues at COP26 to produce this. So let's try and make sure that we actually have something to present and fulfill that mandate. A few comments from me, starting at the top. I don't have as many as Kevin, so don't worry. So on the key findings, paragraph 12, where it says, it is widely accepted that the goal was not achieved in 2020, as was recognised by parties at COP26. This statement's almost a bit redundant now, because since then we obviously have the OECD report that has shown definitively now that the goal was not met and was short by about 17 billion. Given that we do have that information, wouldn't it be more robust to actually say that according to this report it was not met, rather than widely accepted was not achieved? And so just, I think, a bit of reworking, because that paragraph seems a little redundant now. On paragraph 14, thank you for that caveat. I think it's quite important to make that point, and that builds on my comments from yesterday as well. The lollipop graph, I like it better now. I think the shading and the dots and the stuff, I think it's more readable now, moving the aggregate estimates to the top, that the readability is better. I know the other one had captured more fulsome suite of information, but if you balance that with readability, I think this actually is a nicer balance. I can't remember where it was, but one of the track changes was we have got the three elements. You've got the quantitative goal, you've got the addressing the needs and the meaningful mitigation. There's a phrase now talking about it in terms of dimensions and pillars. So like, was there a decision around that? I mean, I don't mind what it is, but I think we should be consistent throughout the report. Otherwise, the reader will think, oh, is it a dimension or pillar, just for readability as well. And then on to the recommendations. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down. Yeah. Thank you for including one on private finance mobilised. I think this, given that it was the key challenge identified, it's absolutely essential that we have something referencing that. This is, I mean, obviously a lot longer than what I had proposed, but I think it captures what we're trying to say with the recommendation, that there needs to be, we need to look at, if this was one of the key reasons why the goal was not met, then we need to look at why that was and what are the underlying factors. Now we can say further assess or explore or something else, but I think it's important to do that. The addition of the word public doesn't make sense to me to have that in this paragraph. I think that's coming from a place of encouraging further and enhanced public finance, which is fine, and I'd be very comfortable with putting that in a different recommendation. In fact, I think it already is broadly captured in A, but we can explore that. I just don't think it belongs in this one per se, which speaks directly to private finance mobilisation. In fact, that's mentioned throughout, and then just throwing public in there actually just doesn't make sense from a readability perspective. Fully support recommendation C on policy frameworks, as was mentioned by Diane. And then lastly, on Ivan, your recommendation M on the lessons learned. I think I support having this in here, although with the caveat that we shouldn't prejudge the 3-year work program on the new collective quantified goal. There's a combination of a political track and a technical track, and we still have 9 technical expert dialogues to go, and I believe one of them will be focused on what sort of a transparency system we would implement. So I think just something that doesn't prejudge the conversations we haven't already had, but the essence of what I think you're trying to say, I fully support, and we should consider the lessons learned as we are, discussing the new goal. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. On your last point, I don't think we're prejudging. We're just referring to one of the main challenges which was referenced. And so, yeah. But happy for, since Ivan has his flag up, I'm sure he's going to respond to that anyway. And the lollipop, I forgot, because you also mentioned it. So we had long discussions yesterday night how to simplify. If we include the ex-ante, we have to include all ex-ante, and then it becomes very confusing, especially because we were criticized that we didn't include the range of the ex-ante. And particularly the roadmap range is huge, and so it skews the entire graph and makes it really difficult to read. And we're not losing any information because the graph right after includes the range very transparently. That's why we suggested to take it out, just to be to make it simpler. And thanks for the dimensions versus pillars, Fiona. That's the common use now is dimensions, but we started with pillars in the very first draft, and so it may very well be the case that at some places there are still pillars. We'll change that to dimensions. And yeah, happy to hear from others what they're thinking about the public, having a separate recommendation on that and not including it in mobilized. I get your point. It's the recommendation is on mobilized private, so the public shouldn't really be there, but maybe have a separate one on enhanced mobilization of public finance. Then on the thanks, also you referred to the same point as Kevin on the recognized at COP26. I do recognize that that's a bit outdated, and we should anchor it probably on the report and say as recognized in this report or in the sources of information referred to in this report or something like that. With that, Abdel and then Ivan.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you for all of the efforts. My understanding is that the mandate we're working under is is progress towards the 100 billion. And I had comments earlier, I think yesterday, and there were issues with the data and whatnot. I'll just go straight to the recommendations because I think they're crucially important. To me, ideally, the recommendations should seek, some kind of rectification of the issue. That's how I understand it. Things to do, to fix the situation. So, and some of the things that appear in the recommendations, I don't think are relevant. And sometimes they put the onus elsewhere or gives you the impression that something else is a problem. Like C, I think it's C crossed out, but anyway, it encourages parties to assess and further improve their policy framework, including the improvement of the broader, etc. Unless it's relating to the particular provision of finance of those countries that are, that made that pledge. But I don't see the relevance of this particular paragraph under the recommendations. If what we're going about is the progress of the 100 billion ways to rectify it under the recommendations. Let's see. Let's see. I think there was something else on. Yeah, G, another example. Encourages parties to further improve and enhance their national reports to further increase the transparency on implementation. Again, I don't see the relevance to rectifying the situation on the 100 billion. There's also, I had trouble digesting another one. Small Roman numeral 3 under K. It mentions something about the need of provision, open access, activity level information. I don't think, yes, we know that there are issues with access, but that's not, I don't think that's the issue with the provision of the 100 billion. Let's see. J encourages parties to develop a whole-of-government approach to capacity building in order to facilitate and enhance provision and mobilization of climate finance. Again, I don't see the relevance of this as far as to provisioning the 100 billion. Maybe you could clarify these. I just think there's, I don't, what should come under the recommendations should be something to fix the situation with the 100 billion. If you could just clarify why these, because I don't see any reason, at least for these paragraphs, and there are other paragraphs elsewhere in the document that are very similar. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Abda. So I'll jump right into the explanation why, because we believe these are all relevant, or at least some members around the table have requested for them because they feel that they're relevant for the 100 billion goal. And just to recall, it's 100 billion per year in the context to address the needs of developing countries in the context of meaningful mitigation action and transparency on implementation. And some of these recommendations speak to the different part than just the quantum, the other parts which are also mentioned in the goal, the contextual elements. So recommendation C, that actually speaks to the quantum because there's findings in the technical report and also the executive summary that the broader policy framework is very essential on the provision as well as on the recipient side with regards to the mobilization aspect. So if, for example, on the provision side, you have certain policies that limit either instruments or certain flows for crossing borders, that of course affects whether or not you can mobilize a certain level of, or use a certain instrument for mobilization. On the other side, on the recipient end, we know that certain, especially broader fiscal environments are very key to whether or not certain flows can or cannot enter a country in a certain volume. So that does have an impact, and that's why this recommendation is relevant. Then recommendation G. The national reports, that goes to the core of the transparency on implementation part of the goal. And one of the key findings was that not sufficient data is available for certain assessments that are asked for in the report. And we're not asking anything new or additional. All we're asking for is that the national reports, which parties should be providing anyway, should be further improved and enhanced to respond to that transparency on implementation part. Then the question on open access, we can remove that again. We introduced it to be more clear and transparent about the recommendation because the idea is, or one of the challenges is that the global stocktake or the FMCP cannot access activity level information because some of it is not openly available. So the open access aspect makes it very clear what the core of this recommendation is, that the activity level information is actually available to be assessed also by independent bodies and so on. And by the way, that's one of the core demands we've heard from developing countries around the ETF very much, in terms of like having enhanced transparency framework to really provide this like activity level information. Of course, also related to the provision and mobilization needs and received financial support. Then the whole of government approach for capacity building. Matthias very well elaborated yesterday that the NDR, one of the key findings of the NDR was that there's many various capacity building approaches, and if there's a whole of government approach to capacity building needs, it actually helps the overall mobilization and targeting of capacity building to facilitate then, I think, all three dimensions of the goal. Ivan, you.
Thank you, Gabriela. I have a collection of small comments. First, on the beginning of key findings, paragraph 12. I think that the first paragraph is a little bit short, and it does a disservice to the work that has been invested in this report. So I would add something so it doesn't look that it's a matter of opinion, of a shared opinion, but a matter that the report shows that, that the overall consensus is that blah, blah, blah. It has not been achieved. Because since we are then talking about parties, it looks like it's just an opinion that everybody shares and not something that is evidence-based. And 13, I am a little bit concerned about 13 because it reads a little bit as I don't know if you remember that, but a fable about the grapes, but the grapes were sour. Well, it's about a fox that was trying to reach some grapes. He couldn't reach the grapes, and he said, oh, well, the grapes were sour, so never mind. I don't think that the information in the report gives us enough support to claim that this is just one element. That statement, I think, comes from a different place, not from the report. Even though I could agree on it, I don't see the data telling us that, oh, but 100 billion is just a part of it, right? It sounds a little bit like too much of a disclaimer, I would say. I am very pleased of the new proposal for the lollipop graph. That was precisely what I was suggesting, to remove the projections, because it gives the wrong impression if you have a quick look at it, but now it makes everything clearer. Thank you for that. And then on paragraph 30, just to react to a comment by Kevin, I don't see the problem with using the word should, because it's precisely the word that is used in the Paris Agreement in 9.3. So shouldn't be a problem reapplying the text or the language from the Paris Agreement. On 46, I am also hesitant on using a qualifier for enabling environments. I don't know if it's, again, it's sending the message that the problem was that there wasn't enabling environments, Or should we just be saying that it's a precondition to have good enabling environments? Because strong sounds like they were weak. I don't know if that should be the case in all instances. Then on 53, I am, as you may recall, very much a skeptic on private finance, especially for adaptation and anything that doesn't have to do with profit. And actually, I believe this is a key finding. I think that we should upgrade this statement as a key finding, that the mobilization of private finance was it underperformed relative to expectations. My suggestion would be to have it as a key finding. Instead of putting it as a learned lesson, to say that it's a key finding of the report. Yeah. And in general, if I may comment overall on challenges, on recommendations, in order to make our work easier, we should restrict ourselves to make recommendations on the progress and the tracking of progress, rather than everything that is related to it, because otherwise we will be starting a process of blame shifting. So was it the 100 billion wasn't delivered because the developing countries didn't have the proper enabling environments, because they lack capacity building, and I don't know if the reports, again, are the information from the reports point so robustly in that direction. So this is a general observation on all recommendations, and conversely, I would suggest that we make recommendations that would help us better track that progress over time. That's why I suggested the last recommendation that Fiona commented on as well, and I agree with you, Gabriela. I don't think it's prejudging it, but instead, hopefully it will just shed light on something that needs to be paid special attention in the future if we don't want to make the same mistakes again. And I forgot, well, no, I didn't forget, but I didn't have the chance to send you a proposal for language on recommendation L, that I mentioned yesterday, which I could see it becoming an issue of debate, but in any case, I will forward it to you via email. And it only says it maintains language on L as it is, but after it, there is a semicolon and says, further recommends that parties consider the establishment of a technical process guided by SCF that independently and objectively assess the progress in delivering the 100 billion commitment until 2025 and future goals. And that would tie nicely with the next recommendation. So that's the overall intention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Just on your last point, yes, we didn't include anything because we figured since you didn't send anything, then in the end you were fine with L because I said look at L and send us adjustments. So happy to have a look at and also hear from others what they respond to your suggestion you just made. On the recommendations only on tracking progress, honestly, I think if we would do that, we wouldn't be true to the report or the key findings and challenges identified because they go much beyond the just tracking progress to the various aspects of the goal, and many of them actually to the quantum, which we hear a lot from developing countries. So if we would only go down to track progress, we would limit our recommendations to L and M, which I don't think would probably be in line with what we want to do, just to frame that. Then I hear a lot also again from you on para 12. I would suggest parties huddle or members huddle on para 12. So we find a language that's acceptable to all. On para 13, I hear you. There, I suggest you talk to Diane because this was like Diane's key point. That's why it's there. And I agree with you that the report itself does not provide all the underlying data for the statement. But if members agree in principle to the statement, we figured it's a really important aspect to embed, and that was her key point. So like the goals should be embedded into the overall understanding of the climate crisis and what we need to address to it. So I encourage you to talk to her and find a resolution of that. Abdel.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you for your answers to my previous responses or previous questions. I just fear that the recommendations, although I appreciate all of your explanations, and I agree to them in general, but not in the context of improving the 100 billion. I just don't think many of them, as I pointed out, I don't think they're critical factors when it comes to fixing that situation. I mean, I find it hard to believe that, not enough. I mean, there's a lot of mitigation that's going on in developing countries in the past 10 years, more than 100 billion, right? I don't think access or reporting or transparency or enabling environments were the issue. So I'm just thinking out loud that maybe we would be better off without the recommendation section because it seems to be pushing on a string. I don't think it will get us anywhere. So I'm just wondering, maybe we could delete it. And Ivan, I think, mentioned comments I support on 46, and they go to comments I think I made before, and they explore areas that have nothing to do with progress on the 100 billion. I think 46 was on an enabling environment, and I think similar comments on paragraph number 13 by Ivan. I don't think they're relevant to the issue at hand. So again, I'm thinking maybe it would be better not to have recommendations, and I think we did that with other reports we've been working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdel. I think it's time for another general comment. Happy to hear what others are saying that we removed the recommendations. Just recall that it was primarily non-Annex 1 members asking very clearly to have recommendations in this report, and Annex 1 members being quite critical. So, and again, noting where we are in the process and what COP or CMA have done in the past when we did not deliver on recommendations, they were very unhappy about our performance. So I'm just stating that, but of course we're in your hands. If the majority feels we remove them, sure. On 46, I'm sorry I did not respond to that before. We can delete the strong. It's a qualifier. We can remove it, which was Ivan's comments. It was a language before. It said good, and we did not receive any comments on it. Then we changed it to strong. You saw it in truck change. Maybe people paid more attention. Now you don't like it. Fine. We just remove it. I don't care. It's a technical edit. Then I think we had Lukai, but I don't know online if he wanted. He took his hand down again. Lukai, are you still there? Maybe he had to do something else. Then, are you still there?
Are you? Yes, I'm there. I'm listening.
No, not you, Richard. Lukai had his hand up, and now not anymore. That's why, but it's okay. So then I think it was Matthias, then Alejandro, Toru, and then Kevin.
Thanks, Gabby, and to you and Richard for all this work done. I mean, I would have been happy to go along with your revised version as we've seen on the screen. I mean, I just noted sort of that the suggestion I made on referencing also being the importance of developing country ownership, and that is sort of in my mind the reflection of the needs element, and again, the sort of the three elements that you're referencing in terms of the goal. Needs is a reflection of the importance of developing countries' ownership. So that's what I thought it would be useful to have that in there. But I mean, happy to not have it in there if colleagues are not seeing sort of the importance of that. More generally also on, I mean, I think the points that you made as well, again, highlighting sort of the three elements of the goal and the importance for the report to reflect the totality of those elements. It both in terms of, you know, I mean, what you just said in terms of the having recommendations or not. I mean, I think, you know, we can have the report or not. You know, this was a very strong request from developing countries at COP26. We agreed to it, and I think it would be unfortunate if we don't go ahead with the report and its recommendations in there, you know, as they are being elaborated here. I mean, since we've been engaging in this work over the course of this year, so let's make sure that we can deliver this report to COP27, including its recommendations. And then also on both sort of to the comments made by Abdel and to Ivan. I mean, and again on sort of on the. I mean, I take your point on sort of maybe the most. What's the word? Sort of the element which we most frequently see when it comes to the 100 billion is, of course, the quantum. So, I mean, I take the point that it's important to reflect the quantum both in the summary itself and also when it comes to the recommendations. But just as an example, and this also speaks to the point you made, Abdel, when it comes to recommendation C. When I speak to Swedish financial actors and you know, why aren't we seeing a greater degree of mobilization in relation to developing countries? I mean, they are citing these questions which we are highlighting in recommendation C when it comes to the broader investment environment, for example. So if we're not including that kind of recommendation, we're not speaking to why we're not reaching the mobilization part of the goal. And I think that would be unfortunate. If we're looking into, you know, how can we improve the delivery of the 100 billion goal, from my perspective at least, one essential element of that is to ensure that we have policy environments that attract the kind of investment that are necessary to accelerate climate action. And that also sort of speaks to, again, the three elements of the goal. So I think it would be useful to include those kind of elements, not only sort of to help us better understand the tracking and progress, but also help us better understand why we're not reaching the quantum of the goal. And just finally on the capacity building elements, I mean, I think also as SCF liaison to PCCB, for example, I think there's also evidence in those conversations that capacity building is scattered and can be improved. And I mean, as I said yesterday, this doesn't only relate to the 100 billion itself. It's a wider. It speaks to a wider number of issues, but since the issue of capacity building came up in the report, I thought it would be useful also to reflect that both in the summary and in the recommendations itself, as a way to improving both sort of the tracking of the 100 billion, but also the delivery of the 100 billion. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthias, and thanks also for engaging on the proposals from others. Just on your reflecting country ownership, it was in your language that we found difficult to read. Sorry. But I can make a suggestion, and I'll just do it from the floor so everyone can hear it. So the paragraph 30 in the end, because we didn't mean to not include developing country ownership as a concept. It was just the paragraph was difficult to grasp. So we have this alternative language, but we could at the end, where it's about priorities expressed by developing countries, we could say reflecting country ownership, developing country ownership, because it's the same idea, and to capture that developing country ownership, we could do that, yeah? So just do that and add at the end reflecting developing country ownership. Then I have Alejandro, followed by Toru, Stan, Kevin, Abdel, and then Ivan. Alejandro, please.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Gabriela, for giving me the floor. And thank you for the efforts made with this report to you and to Richard and to the Secretariat and to everyone. And I would say I have some comments. First of all, well, it was very good yesterday, so I will call again on Gabriela, on Richard, and on the co-chairs. So at least party observers could have the reports and the summaries and these changes, because at least in my email I don't have anything with these changes, and I can only follow it on the screen. And please, if you can share it, that will be much easier for everyone. It's pretty difficult at the moment, and now I have to go back to go to the other breakout group, so it's pretty difficult. But at the same time, I will try to make some comments by what I remember seeing on the screen. Maybe you can show it so everyone can watch. Maybe in paragraph 12 and 13, the questions that were made, if it could be included on the screen, share it. It's possible.
Which one, sorry? 12?
12 and 13.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
About the well, it was mentioned that as was recognized by parties at COP26. I think that even on the Glasgow Climate Pact, you have a nice language about that. For example, in the decision of the CMA, you have 44 and 46, I think, paragraph that states clearly that it was recognized by parties, but you can either use the language that is present on the decision, that it's very good. And at the same time, I recognize that you mentioned that you could use some other language, like as it came as a conclusion of this same report, right? Something like that could work. But I think that it was recognized at COP26. About the paragraph 13, I don't know if it could be, if we can say that it's a key finding of this report, because this report, the mandate is for the 100 billion goal. Maybe
it will be used at some other place, but I don't know if it's a key finding of this report, as it was mentioned before. But I could leave it to the other to the other considerations that you're making. And I think it's paragraph 30 that I have. I just saw the. Yes, I have just saw the lollipop graph while you were scrolling down, and I think it's much easier to read. It's much clearer that was some of the concerns yesterday, and in fact the new graph or as it is now, it goes more with the objective on the mandate of this that is to see what had happened until now and not take care of the projection, right? I think it's very clear now. And about the paragraph 30, as it was mentioned before, I don't have, of course, any problem with should. I think it's a word that could be and should be used there. But it's strange for that paragraph, and in fact, it's prejudging over the same 100 billion goal, and it's prejudging over ongoing negotiations on the new collective quantitative goal on climate finance, right? In CUG, should is not the strong word there. The strongest word on that paragraph was never meant to meet the totality of developing countries' needs, right? I have never seen language like that. I think you cannot say that because you don't know what every party in the negotiation thought thought about that. It's prejudging all parties' interests over this goal, and it's very strong language, and I really don't think that it's possible to state something like that. I haven't seen that language anywhere, so I think that that really should be erased from this paragraph because of what I just said, and I suppose that other SCF members and observers, especially from developing countries, could have their contributions over this. But it's very strong language. It's very it's stating something that it's opinionated, and it prejudices about negotiations, right? And at the same time, over the, let me see, some notes over time. If we can go to the recommendations, please. About the enabling environments, I think, yes, you have already addressed that, but being the goal from developed countries, etc., I don't think that we should focus on enabling environments that, as it is stated there, well, it was mentioned blame shift or those. I don't know exactly how could we call it, but I think enabling environments weren't the problem here. In fact, we can include even among the recommendations that developed countries could incentivize maybe better, maybe more, maybe scale up incentives actually in place, so the private sector is better mobilized in developed countries. I think that being a goal from developed countries is strange to put the problem in enabling environments of developing countries, and the responsibility should be taken over the way in which this type of countries incentivize to mobilize. For now, that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. On your first question, The understanding is that all observers have received the executive summary and recommendations from all reports, but we cannot provide you with every iteration of every draft because that will get very complicated. In the end, it's in the hands of the committee to draft this, and many of these things happen now, especially now. We'll probably have to move through the hallway, noting again at the state we're at, and then also reflecting on what we just heard from you. I urge all members, please remember the status we're at and what's requested from us from the COP, and try to move to compromise and let go of your various edits. We can still improve and move towards common ground, but the fact that we have equally frustrated, unhappy members around the table is an indication that it's maybe not so far apart from middle ground, just to keep that in your minds. For example, the paragraph 30, the fact that we have unhappy members on both sides is probably an indication that we're trying to strike the balance on that one. Having said that, handing over to Toru, please.
Thank you, Gabriela and Richard, for all the work you have done so far to revise this very difficult report. And thank you very much. And I'd like to be brief, and I'd like to support, and I'd like to appreciate the revised part in this updated report. I'd like to consider that the element in the new element in the especially recommendation important element to improve the quality of this report, because 100 billion goal is yes, quantum matters, but also it touches upon the quality of our climate finance. And this element you elaborated as a new text, such as access and broader investment environment, and other elements are very important to comprehensively address these issues. So I'd like to support this new addition. And I'd like to finalize this report and send it to the COP during this COP meeting, SCF meeting. Based on that, I have a couple of questions for clarification, if I may. And that is for my better understanding on this report. First, the figure 1A, I appreciate that revision of the figures, which is more visible and easy to understand. But I see, if I'm not wrong, I see like two purple lollipop, which is Oxfam, in the same category, like aggregate estimate, and then so before we only saw the one purple lollipop. I'd like to know why we have two lollipops now, and yes, so I'd like to know that. I think it may be like divided into two different data. So, but I'd like to have a confirmation. And as one more question is like a 30 paragraph 47 and paragraph E, we have a sentence in bracket, and only 3 of 20 top 20 Annex 1 global emitters have submitted all for their biennial update reports, and blah blah blah. So I'd like to know like the rationale behind this inclusion, because I see I try to understand this phrase and yeah, and in the entire section, but I cannot arrive at a good understanding on that. And also, why only 3 of top 20 Annex 1 global emitters have submitted a report, or which I don't get very much, so I'd like to seek a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Toru. To your two main questions, so the Oxfam 2 lollipops, the purple one, good observation. That's because of the feedback we got yesterday. We should be fully transparent on ranges, and the Oxfam report includes a range, and that's why there's 2 lollipops, the lower and the upper range. On the little e that we see on the screen here, only 3 of the top. So the non versus Annex 1 cross out, that's part of the challenge of virtual collaboration with a co-facilitator in a different time zone. So it would have to read non-Annex 1 because it speaks to the biannual update reports, which of course are in the realm of non-Annex 1 members. Annex 1 members provide biannual reports, so that would be a different report. And they have to submit. So there's no Annex 1 country who has not submitted a biannual report. So that's why the statement would be factually wrong if it were Annex 1. We have it in brackets because we didn't know the source of information when it was provided to us in writing. So we included it just in brackets as a placeholder. It was a suggestion by the United States, I'm being transparent, by Kevin, and he has now provided from the floor that this comes from the registry of the UNFCCC. And then it would have to read the top 20 non-Annex 1 global emitters. And it's the website, not the registry, it's the website where all biannual update reports are registered. And this is a finding related to the transparency on implementation, which is clearly targeted to that question. For Annex 1 members, you could not make a statement like that because everyone has submitted their reports. But we also have to recognize that there's a different obligation on reporting for Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 members, so that's clear. We could also include all Annex 1 members have submitted their biannual reports, if you would want to make that clear. But again, we're in your hands on that side. As next, I have Stan, then Kevin, Abdel, Ivan, and Fiona.
Thanks, Gabby. Promise to be brief and constructive. Thanks for your, Richard, and the Secretariat's work. Speaking of which, the lollipop diagrams of Figure 1A. Definitely appreciate it's a bit clearer, and thank you for the added asterisk explainer. That being said, I do think it's a shame that we are missing out the delivery plan figures, the forward-looking figures. Whilst I do appreciate the comments around, I guess, the mandate looking backwards, I think it does add value to the sort of broader landscape of meeting 100 billion. I don't particularly get I appreciate the points around skewing it, but I think that can work kind of both ways. And there is the axis where you can clearly read sort of quantitative figures from. So I wonder maybe somewhere in the middle if we could re-add the delivery plan vertical bars, but perhaps without the horizontal bars. I think that could be interpreted different ways or a bit misleading. So a suggestion would be to add the delivery plan figures, but just the vertical points. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. I think the lollipop is still, however way we'll draft it, somebody won't like it, to be quite honest. And we had various versions last night. Yeah, that's a suggestion to have the delivery plan included. Yeah, we're in your hands. Again, I have to say we're not losing any information. The delivery plan is included in the next graph. The next graph is actually almost entirely about the delivery plan, the second half, see, that blue part. So we're not really losing any information. We may be even more transparent because we disentangle the ex post and the ex ante, so it's not, and noting that they have different underlying assumptions. And many parties have kept saying that ex post information is much more robust than ex ante modeling. So, yeah. Kevin.
Thank you. I'm glad we are in the graphics section because I wanted to circle back to these points. Just quickly as well, to flag a couple of other high-level pieces that others have mentioned. I think the enabling environment elements are really important to us, and I think we do have an interest in keeping those, and happy to engage with folks on language to make sure we can retain something of use, both in the body of the report and in the recommendations on enabling environments. Ivan appreciated the suggestion on a forward-looking body vehicle assessment of some sort of the 100 billion goal through 2025. Just to be very clear, I don't think that will work for us. I mean, there was a decision last year at COP26 where it was very clear that the biennial assessment in the future would continue to contribute to the assessment of the goal. So I think, in our view, it's frankly already decided that this will be done through the BA in the future. So that is not going to work for us. On these graphics, which I think are the same point that Stan has just picked up for us, I definitely recognize that there is a question about balance and skew here. If we scroll up to figure 1A, I sort of think we've now skewed ourselves a little too far in the other direction, even to kind of just look at the aggregate estimates, right? Like, we have 4 lollipops up there, 3 of which we have noted have methods which are not compatible with the language of the 100 billion report, right? Like, that's not acceptable. So it looks to me like if you were to take a rough average based on the data that's provided in that aggregate estimate, we might be somewhere around 30 billion, which is obviously not in keeping with the most robust data set that we have on that list. So clearly what is up here is no longer working. We've skewed ourselves in the wrong direction. I wonder if, a couple of initial ideas of ways to handle this. I know we are now not using dotted lollipops anymore. That might be a useful way to reflect these other reports who are using quite different methodologies than the ones we expect are more in keeping with the language of the goal. That might be an option. I think having sort of, I agree that it was a little bit muddled previously, having the sort of shading in the colors. I wonder if sort of stacked bars to show the forward-looking trajectory might be of interest, a possible way forward. Clearly separating them. I know this is a pain. And then a last suggestion. I wonder as well if we could think of some easy visual way to cluster which pieces were clearly related to one another, like multilateral climate funds, MDB's climate finance sum up to total multilateral, right? So like some clear visual way to say, all right, these 3 things belong together, right? Public finance flows, bilateral and multilateral. Like there's got to be a way that we can visually segment those to make it clear, because right now it's sort of, for us, I think it's legible, who have dealt a lot with these data sets, but you know, for a casual reader, it might be a little bit harder. So again, I think our general preference would be to, if it's too complicated to do this, we would be more than happy to revert to the previous version, asterisks included. But we're very willing to entertain possibilities of ways to kind of reintegrate these data sets, because right now I think we've gone too far in the wrong direction on the skew here, especially in that aggregate estimate column, which is really not reflective of what we know the underlying data says. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. You guys are driving me nuts. Sorry. Again, 24 hours, all creative ideas, lollipops, whatever. The coloring, fine. We can make the multilateral climate and the MDB climate finance yellow, then the bilateral orange, and then or red, and then the total public orange, if that helps, and then have a different color for expert, a different color for mobilized private, and maintain the blue on the aggregates or something. That's fine. Honestly, I really think methodologically it makes a lot more sense to take apart the ex post and the ex ante. And we're not saying any, like, all the information is in the report. It's all in graphics, but it's better taken apart. So happy for you again, like huddle outside. So I think the main key issues I have to identify where people should be huddling is paragraph 12 on how the not have met 100 billion is reflected.
paragraph 13 on the broader picture, and maybe the lollipop. Taking into account that this needs to be done by a graphic designer back in Bonn, and they are about to kill us if we keep going back and forth, and oh, I like purple, light purple better than orange or yellow or whatever. It's just saying that. So please use the coffee break for that. All right, Abdel.
After listening to some of the interpretations of the recommendations, about the recommendations section. I don't think that we have consensus on the recommendations section. So I think that warrants maybe removing it completely. So that's I think.
Thank you, Abdel. So far, you've been the only one proposing deleting the entire recommendation section, just to state that.
Any objections to it?
Happy to engage further.
You want?
Well, many countries have asked for recommendations. I restate the finding in South Africa. Lessons learned, challenges, and recommendations would be absolutely essential to be in the report stated by non-Annex 1 members. Just to revert to that. And so far, no other member has said they want to remove the entire recommendation section. But happy to go there if people want that. Ivan.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, I did suggest to change the recommendations deeply, but I see your point as well. My issue with the recommendations as they stand now is that, yes, they are related to the mandate, but at the same time, and since we are negotiating its content, they are not as balanced as they could be, because there are certain issues that are not easy to convey in technical reports. For example, the lack of political will for the mobilization and provision of finance has enough evidence. At least one party changed their position on how much money they were going to give to the Green Climate Fund, for example. And it had strong repercussions even with other parties. And obviously, it doesn't read the right way if we start pointing out and blaming specific parties for specific issues. But at some extent, we cannot say that we cannot operate under the assumption that the political will was always there, the money is there, but unfortunately, developing countries don't have the enabling environments. They don't. They lack the capacity to receive the money. They are not showing the potential for meaningful mitigation or whatever, right? So, and a little bit of that comes even from the project level perspective, because I had the opportunity to deal and negotiate with resource climate finance providers, and even though there were certain projects that were in our NDCs that had enough experience backing, etc., they were interested in very different things, right? So it's not just a matter of interpreting the needs of developing countries as an issue of ownership. It's a matter of also it's a matter of relinquishing a little bit of power in order to find common ground in terms of providing finance on projects. But well, I digress. I also think that, yes, we should be unhappy equally, but as Matthias pointed out, he was very much comfortable with with the iteration that you provided. So, Abdel, other, but for other reasons. But, right. But, so I am perceiving that we are heading towards an imbalance that is going to become an issue. So I actually don't have a specific way of solving it because I cannot create data out of nowhere, but I do believe that we can all agree that there are many issues that are not included in the recommendations, that if they are not, the recommendations will give an unbalanced message to the COP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. And thanks for that. Honestly, scrap the recommendations. I personally don't care. I'm very honest. We can remove if the main issue of the balance of report is in the recommendations, we can take them out. So let me rephrase the huddling part. Paragraph 12, 13, lollipop graph and recommendations. And we're honestly in your hands. What's there right now is reflecting the views that were shared across the time. And this, I think, especially the recommendations part, now we're really in the negotiation mode. It would be untruthful if we would say this is purely technical. The recommendations are political, or in terms of not political, but they need to be negotiated, right? So we can also take them out, because the challenges and lessons learned and key findings, that's purely data-driven, so fine. If you take out the recommendations, I don't have a problem with it. I don't know what the COP will think about it, but I, as a person, have not a problem with removing it, because I also don't think, I think the core quality of the report is actually in the technical part, so I don't have a problem with it. But I think you have to talk to each other, because Richard and I cannot resolve this. We hear from some, this is absolutely important, and from others, this is absolutely important. Some are unhappy with your recommendation, others are unhappy with the other. Talk to each other. I think, yeah. And I would actually even go with Abdel. I prefer not having recommendations than either side, or the worst would be passing on recommendations with brackets, right? So just to be very clear. So, yeah. And with that, homework. Please not come back to us at 2 a.m., but yeah, ideally by 6 or something. I give the floor to Fiona.
Thanks, Gabriela. You just said I was going to outline next steps, and let's just identify which are the elements we actually need to discuss, because I assume we're breaking soon for a break, and then we're moving on to a different issue. And so I guess, are you receiving another round of comments tonight? Is that actually even useful? Would it be more useful if in the coffee break, a few of us can just get together, nut out these issues, give you and Richard some guidance, and then, because I think tomorrow we're pretty close to, I don't want to use this phrase because it's a negotiations phrase, but take it or leave it text, right? Because we have a hard deadline tomorrow. So we either have a report with recommendations or a report without recommendations.
I agree with that. I would even take it a step further, because whatever we agree in the text, also in the rest of the executive summary, we still have to ensure that it's covered in the technical report, right? We have to make sure that the reports are consistent. The executive summary is consistent with the technical report. We received a lot of oral comments just now. I think some can be addressed, including number and cost it needs. It's a technical edit, which simply we forgot yesterday. That bracket E, sorry, Kevin, there is strong disagreement on that. My approach to elements which have strong disagreement, I would not include them. So that one, even though, yeah. Because, for example, on the registry page, yes, you see who has submitted and who has not submitted a BOR, but there's no information about major emitters on that page. So personally, I would advise not to take it up because we strongly disagree and have diverging views. I urge you not to do nitty-gritty edits which trigger others' nitty-gritty edits and so on and so forth. I think the key paragraphs are 12, 13, the lollipop graph, and the recommendations. Things like, okay, take paragraph 53 out of lessons learned and move them to key finding. Honestly speaking, oh, now Ivan is leaving because it was his proposal. It's in the executive summary, it's in the report, it doesn't really matter where it is. So I would also just, the way it's reflected now is in line with how it's reflected in the technical report, so I would recommend not to shift language around if you in principle don't disagree with the language per se. Removing the strong before enabling environments, things like that, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think we should really focus the key efforts on these elements that I mentioned, 12, 13, lollipop graph, and recommendations. And I would expect from all of you, it's a bit, and there I look at the co-chair now, the hybrid format is very unfortunate because hybrid huddling is very, very difficult. I urge the members who are here to talk to each other. Try to touch base with the virtual members, but yeah, we're in the same space as we had when Randy and Mo completely disagreed on the recommendations. One was there physical, the other one hybrid, and one of the main issues why they couldn't resolve the issue is that they weren't both in the same room. So I'm being very transparent here. It's very difficult to huddle in a hybrid format, but I don't think we can settle this unless you now really talk to each other and sit together. So, co-chairs, results by 6. How do we proceed?
Thank you very much, Gabby. We'll stop here and give you guys opportunity to discuss. Maybe some advice from the co-chair side and not choosing any part. The mandate for us to provide a progress report. We've done the progress report. And the progress report that we are supposed to provide is for further consideration by the, get the right language, the Conference of the Parties at its 27th session. So they will consider the progress report. Now, it is debatable as to whether there was an ask for us to do any recommendations. The reality is that you don't have the luxury of time to, so it's up to you guys to decide what you can and cannot do. But as I read the decision, there's no demand for recommendations, but rather a progress report. So, I don't think the COP is going to look at you and say, why is there no recommendations? Because it's for consideration by the COP itself. On the rest of the stuff, I think it was incumbent on us as the SCF to be transparent and factual. And whatever we put or we remove or that is not going to change the fact that the 100 billion was not met. So we can do remove or retain or not, but that's not going to change the fact of the case. So let us not be too, because whatever we do will not materially change a reality. In terms of the lollipops and all of these other things, let's just be pragmatic. It reflects what is in the reports. How you want to reflect it is up to you. Whether you have the graph or you don't have the graph, the data will still be there. I think the only idea with the graphs is some people are much more visual than so. But yeah, colleagues, I think you're 90% there, and you need to just really reflect as to whether the 10% is absolutely necessary. Because I think it would be worse off for us as an SCF not to present any report.
I think we fully agree all on that. And as I said, I'm with you on the recommendations.
So let's break now. You guys chat with one another, and I'm sure we're all pragmatic people, and over a cup of coffee we can find a pragmatic solution to go forward. Thanks. Meeting is...
Richard?
Richard.
If I may... Okay, thank you so much. Because having spent woken up so early in the night, I think I should also keep my word before you break. I agree with Gabby that, of course, having the hybrid discussions is quite challenging. Sometimes you get cut off, sometimes you hear colleagues. I have heard, I think, at least more than half of the discussions. And I think I tend to agree with Zahir and, of course, Gabi, as we said, we are in the hands of the members. But I think what is important is to look at our mandate. We as SCF members, what are the mandate in terms of this report? And this is what Zahir said. I was thinking, if anything, if there will be any need of recommendations, they should be related to the mandate. If anything, you believe that according to what we have seen in the report, we need to add something in terms of, what the COP could maybe consider, that's fine. But I think according to our mandate, we shouldn't waste much time to look at the recommendations, but rather ensure that the progress towards the 100 billion, and this was the issue I raised with Gabi several times, that the focus should be the progress towards the 100 billion, whether it has been met or not. Now, having said that, of course, this is contingent upon the needs of developing countries and, of course, in the context of the mitigation actions. But at least the focus should be on the progress. And this is why I thought we, myself and Gabi, had thought that the graphs we have provided gives you a sense of the progress, taking into account that we have different sources, and therefore the best way would to chart the sources as we did in those graphs. So I think, in conclusion, I don't know how much I heard, but at least I'm trying to gather what I just said, the last part of the discussions, and I agree with both my co-chair, Gabi, and Zahir, that what we need to focus on in the discussions at coffees and all that should be on the progress rather than wasting time on what should be recommended in terms of what I heard. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best.
Thank you very much, Richard. And just a final point, if you read further in the decision says, and to continue to contribute to assessing the achievements of the goal in the context of preparing the BA and that. So this is not a once-off thing we'll end up doing, but we'll end up doing this in the context of the BA and that. So for those who want to do recommendations, if we can get recommendations, would be useful. If we do not get recommendations, we do not get recommendations, but I anticipate that when it goes to the COP, if the COP wanted us to do recommendations, then they would mandate that and allow us to do it through the BA as we do recommendations in the BA anyway. But Fiona, you want to...
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just to note, though, that, remembering previous conversations we've had as a committee in Cape Town and in Bonn, there are colleagues who are still quite attached to recommendations, and they might be quite shocked if they come back into this room from the BA room and now we're talking about not having recommendations. So perhaps in our huddle we should also just include those colleagues as well, because people don't react well when they're surprised with these sorts of things.
No, thank you. Good point. No, my intention was not for us as this small group to make that call, but it's for the collective of the SCF to make the call at the end of the day. But okay, let's break for coffee and chat with the other colleagues in the other room. I'm sure they're finished, or they're not finished. And they haven't come back, so...
Maybe when you break for coffee, are we coming to this again? What's the plan?
After the coffee, we will come back to plenary, and we will do the work relating to Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. We're scheduled to come back at 15:45, but maybe take a little bit more time if you need a bit more time. Because even if I ask you to come back at 15:45, you'll probably mosey in here at 15:50 55. So, let's maybe reconvene at, we'll start with the session on Article 21C at 4 o'clock then.
Yeah, and Richard, just for transparency reasons, I think people should huddle now in the coffee break, and then I think at 6 p.m. Australian time, we'll try to come back and have an understanding where we're at on these key issues. The paragraph 12, which everyone is keen on, it's the progress towards the 100 billion quantum, how that language is reflected. Paragraph 13, which was very important to Diane, she was not in the room, and some others had concerns about it, and the recommendations. And the lollipop graph, although
Yeah.
I think we might end up with it just being like it is right now.
No, thanks, Gabby. I mean, in terms of the schedule going forward, Richard, for you guys also online, we'll reconvene at 4 to deal with the Article 21C, but it's also planned on the agenda to have a report back in plenary and way forward. So at that point in time also you report on. Okay? So we meet back here at 4.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
we are right now sharing the documents.
Okay. Just for members online, we will be starting soon on the agenda item dealing with Article 21C, and the Secretariat has been circulating the documents for those that are not with us here, and so that you can also follow the discussion. So we'll reconvene in 2 minutes. Oh, okay. So I have the representative from the United States negotiating with me on time. He first proposed 2 minutes. I gave him 4. Now he's asking for 4.5 minutes.
That is not an accurate reflection of the conversation. 4:30.
Okay, we'll start in 5 minutes.
required.
I can offer you a lollipop.
Uninterested. All right.
Okay.
While he's here, I think we're good to go. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay. Thanks very much, and thanks for your patience. We're reconvening the meeting. We will start with the agenda item, work relating to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement. And I will hand over to Kevin or to Ali. Okay. Ali will be taking us through this. Ali?
Hello, here. Am I audible and visible? Am I audible? Or?
Not 100% audible, but speak. Go ahead, Ali. Then we'll let you know if we have problems hearing you.
Okay. Thank you, Zahir. Thank you for giving me floor. Yesterday, we had a quite fruitful discussion on both the synthesis as well as the mapping report in the breakout group session, as well as plenary discussion. A range of views expressed during the discussions were incorporated in the latest iteration that has just been circulated to all the colleagues by the Secretariat. And I will first present an overview of the updates in the latest iteration as compared to the previously circulated draft. Then I will hand over floor to my colleague Kevin for his comments and moderating the discussions during the rest of the session. First, turning to the mapping report. Across the mapping, we have strived to underline the evidence-based presentation of efforts that are undertaken by a diversity of actors to implement what they report or understand as relevant to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement. In line with the previous mapping conducted in 4th PA, this mapping does not prescribe any approaches. Neither can it offer recommendations on implementation, but presents only the efforts undertaken so far. This is emphasized in the context section, paragraph 6, as well as again in section 6, that provides additional insights derived from the information mapped out in section 3. To answer the comments received during the breakout groups discussions yesterday, we have strived to restructure chapter 4 in a way to, number 1, elevate prominence of geographical distribution. Second, add substance on Article 9 where available with additional placeholders. Number 3, reframed the subsection 4 on effects, possible challenges and opportunities section, serving for due balance of developed and developing countries' experiences, and in general, re-emphasizing the strict reliance on information that was reported through various sources by actors involved in efforts to work towards Article 2, Paragraph 1C of Paris Agreement in their particular areas of expertise. And lastly, listing of alliances in Section 3 will be kept to reflect the broad range of efforts undertaken among a variety of actors, and suggestions for additional initiatives received in writing will be integrated also. Now, turning to updated draft on the synthesis report. The revised draft have ensured that the due integration of EIG submission. With this additional submission, the total number of submissions now is 14. The updated draft have also integrated comments received in writing from Switzerland and Saudi Arabia. The revised draft also clearly distinguishes views from parties and non-party submissions. As pointed out yesterday in the revised draft the revised draft, references to the individual parties have been removed and the language have been modified from all but one and all but two, with words like almost all to avoid singling out any party for unintentional omissions in submission. Secretariat also reject all submissions, including AGN and India's submission, to confirm whether the synthesis report clearly articulates the views expressed in the submissions. Where needed, in the revised draft, the language has been amended to further clarify content so that the views expressed in the submissions are accurately reflected in the synthesis report. In Table 2, under subsection D, a small editorial change has been made in the column heading, and it has been changed from actor group to lead actor group. And lastly, an additional table has been integrated below section B in response to the request of a committee member yesterday that aims to present various elements that parties have considered in their submissions on views on Article 21C on the issue of scope and implications of the specific article and goal. It may kindly be noted that this is an early stage attempt and we welcome committee member views on whether such table can meaningfully contribute to the discussion. It is modeled on the similar table at the end of the climate finance definitions report that featured in previous fourth biennial assessment. With this, I give floor to my colleague Kevin Adams for his remarks and later on opening the floor for the discussion of the members. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ali. As always, an excellent summary of what we have discussed and what we've attempted to integrate here with our Secretariat colleagues in response to all of your useful inputs yesterday. Maybe as a way of structuring our discussion, it would be useful to focus our efforts on the mapping document first, and then I'll keep time and we can switch a little later on to the synthesis if we don't get through the mapping. With that, as Ali noted, we have tried to tick through all of the various issues that were noted yesterday, including emphasizing in the context section the mandate of this particular piece of work, elevating the prominence of geographical distribution, and adding substance on Article 9, reframing Section 4 on efforts, challenges, and opportunities, and reflecting on your comments on the listing of alliances. So with that, happy to open the floor, recognizing that these documents have just been circulated and folks might just be still digesting, for comments and reflections on the mapping. Gabriella, start us off.
Thank you, Kevin and Ali. I'm just skimming through the mapping thing, and I can't see the two main comments reflected that we made yesterday on the inclusion of the country alignment exercises, economy-wide, and the PACTA, but maybe I just don't see it because the document is quite large. I just did a word search as well and couldn't find it.
I'm being told that there is currently a placeholder in paragraph 21, but useful if you could check that as well to double check. So our expectation is that those will indeed be integrated, and we can triple check to assure if the placeholder is itself insufficient, that when it is populated, it includes all of the relevant information. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, no, sorry. I do take that the consistency exercises is probably what you meant with the country alignment, but the PACTA as a methodology, because there's PCAF And then PACTA is a very important methodology built upon for commitments. So it should be in the SBTI, there where the SBTI is mentioned, there should be an entire paragraph on PACTA because it's a key methodology in the space. It's actually the methodology in addition to PCAF that is being used for assessing the alignment. And it's different, like there's the PACTA countrywide alignment studies, which I guess could fit under paragraph 21, the second half of the placeholder, but the methodology per se needs to be included.
Right, well noted. So in addition to referencing those country exercises in this paragraph 21 here, we can also, provided there are no other views on that, I presume that should be fine, add a paragraph on the PACTA methodology next to the SPTI. That should be fine. Other thoughts, inputs on the mapping? Abdel, over to you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for all of the efforts. Just a couple of things. First of all, I appreciate incorporating some of our comments, especially those relating to the issue of progress in achieving 2.1c. If you recall our comment, I think it was yesterday, yesterday, was that, progress on what we haven't agreed on 2.1c, and you seem to have taken that aboard in the current, the latest iteration, and I thank you very much for that. Except when it comes to the heading. It still has that, you remember it was a question of, is it progress or efforts? I mean, I think we can all agree that there are efforts towards 2.1c, but how they achieve progress, that remains to be seen until we agree on 2.1c. So there is that heading, whether it should reflect the rest of the treatment of this issue in the text. The other thing is also, I noted that you added significant text when it came to Article 9, and that again is much appreciated. Our original comment was that Article 9 was just a verbatim kind of insertion of or reflection of Article 9, I think it was 9.1 and 9.3. To be honest, I was just going through it. I didn't get it exactly. Maybe I need to read it again, but it would be helpful to, if you could just, briefly explain it. I think I've made interventions before where I said that the Article 9 is the link comes through the NDCs, which is Article 3, and the broader context of 2.1c within Article 2 and its relationship with the other articles. So it would be very helpful to help me at least when I'm going through it, just to understand, what was it? Was it the link or the relationship, relevance of Article 9? Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks so much, Abdel, and really appreciate your welcoming of the efforts here, because I think we really have made an effort to take on board a number of your comments here, and I'm glad to hear that you're pleased with the general direction. So on your two comments, I believe on the heading regarding the efforts section, so section D, which currently reads progress, challenges, and opportunities, my estimation is that this is just a transcription challenge, and we sort of have changed the framework to efforts, challenges, and opportunities throughout. So I don't see any challenge updating that heading to be efforts. That should be fine and not controversial. Which leaves us with the Article 9 question. And as you've said, there is significant additional information that has been included here. I think from my perspective, the key challenge, as we sort of flagged yesterday, is the availability of relevant information and a clear understanding of precisely what the relationship between those aspects are. I think we noted in this section, as well as elsewhere in the report, that the relationship of Article 9 to 2.1c remains under discussion. There are a lot of views on that, and we point to the work of the synthesis where parties are reflecting on that issue. And we have tried to bring in, to the extent possible, areas where that relationship, particularly regarding support for the implementation of Article 2.1c, is quite clear. In particular, I find the paragraphs on the operating entities of the financial mechanism quite compelling, where they've very clearly referenced how they are supporting efforts related to 2.1c. I think my main suggestion at this stage is if there are specific things in this section that you find to be missing, it would be very helpful to point them out to us or submit those. Again, I think the key limitation is really the availability of the relevant information, and again, recognizing that there are a lot of questions and parties have different views about the relevance of Article 9, the relationship with Article 2.1c, that we have that conversation about party views in the synthesis and, don't sort of presume one approach over another in the context of the mapping itself. So if there are specific things you'd like to see brought in, I'm sure we'd be happy to see that. But I think for me, the key limitation here is data and availability of information. So hopefully that clarifies. Next on my list is Matthias. Over to you, Matthias.
Thanks, Kevin, and also from my side, thanks for further work on this. And maybe just to pick up on that last point you made, because I take the point on the data limitations, but also I would be a bit hesitant, and not only a bit hesitant, I would be hesitant to sort of present that lack of data as an actual lack of data, when it might be that the reason for there being no data is that the link is not really there. We discussed this partly yesterday as well. And as you said, Kevin, also sort of that there are different views on the relationship between Article 2.1c and Article 9. And I think from my side, we're going to be pretty stubborn on the view that we have. We remain to be convinced that there is such a clear link, as I understand that others might want there to be. Because in our world, 2.1c eventually needs to encompass, or rather 2.1c is sort of a description of where we want to be in the same sense as the temperature goal and the adaptation goal in Article 2. Eventually all financial flows need to contribute to the implementation of the Paris Agreement. And that leaves, for us at least, Article 9 as a sub-element of that. And for most of those actors who are engaged in the financial sector in sort of now transforming their portfolios, I think I've said before, when I speak to Swedish banks, they're saying to their clients, now, we will not be providing you credit, at one point in time, because we see that unless you are Paris aligned in your business, because we see that as a financial risk for us. So, they're basically transforming their assets, as we speak, and they're not doing that based on 2.1c. They're doing that because of a risk assessment that they've done, basically, not because we've said it in the Paris Agreement, but because they see that they're not going to be out of a business unless they do this. And the relationship then to Article 9 is, in my mind, not for them. It's not there, because Article 9 is a commitment that we as developed parties have done, we as countries have done, as governments have done, to be supporting developing countries in their implementation. And that's not a commitment that we've done sort of for Swedish banks or insurers or any other business. It's sort of a government commitment that we've done. So therefore I see, I'm not sure that we're going to find these kind of links and data. So I wouldn't want us to, in the report, come to some kind of conclusion that there is a lack of data which we need to explore, because I think we're going to find that there is no data, and there shouldn't be, because there is no link in that sense between them. Article 9 in my world, is a sub-element of 2.1c. And I think also that speaks to the second point that I wanted to make, and it relates partly to, I haven't sort of read through all the text here, but in paragraph 11, there was a mention I noticed on, let's see, let me just find the text here again. On the issue of measurement. is again then compounded by a clear lack of direction. I mean, that might be the case, but again, I think it would be unwise if the mapping exercise sort of gives an impression that we need to have this kind of common understanding among parties what 2.1c is, and eventually then lead to some kind of standard setting by the UNFCCC when it comes to 2.1c. I think we need to be very clear that it is, I mean, if we would have done this in 2015 when we had the Paris Agreement agreed, that's one thing. But now we're sort of, 7 years down the line, and the financial sector has, I mean, as we've seen in the report, I mean, it's basically exponential, the number of initiatives that are working on standard setting for transforming their financial flows to be in line with the Paris Agreement. So I think we need to be clear that it is not for us within the UNFCCC to sort of start setting those kind of standards, because that's already ongoing, sort of outside the UNFCCC process. What we can do is sort of to provide a space for us as parties to have an overview of that work and, potentially inform the work that we're doing on a national level to support implementation of 2.1c. I just sort of, I'm not saying that we're sort of heading in that direction. I just want to hope we can have that understanding that we are not sort of moving in a direction where we're aiming for some kind of standard setting on sort of regulatory reform of the financial market driven by the UNFCCC in detail on how the financial actors should be applying 2.1c. Thanks.
Good. Thanks so much, Matthias. No, I appreciate that. I reckon Abdel wants to come back on this point. It seems to me that there's actually a little bit of agreement here. So one, it sounds like there is a consensus from those who've spoken so far, at least, and of course invite others to reflect on this, that perhaps a more prominent mention at the outset of that Article 9 section of the difference in understandings would be helpful. It is in that section, but we could potentially elevate it and sort of put it at the outset and say, again, this is still up for discussion. Parties have different views. We're not presupposing any of those views to be correct. This is the information we do have about the pieces that we do believe have a clear relationship. So that might be a helpful step forward at the outset of the Article 9 section. And then with regard to paragraph 11 here, completely hear your point on this. I recognize there was a discussion yesterday about the lack of interest in presupposing ways forward, being prejudicial, being prescriptive. I understand that there might be a concern with this particular sentence leaning in one direction and suggesting a top-down framework of sorts, which is not necessarily a direction that we are suggesting going, and perhaps we could tweak the language in that section to focus on the common understanding aspects and less on the measurement aspects, which might resolve that challenge. So I would put that out there as potentially a suggestion. Abdel, thoughts?
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Matthias's intervention. I kind of agree that, okay, there needs to be further discussion on understanding or interpreting Article 2.1c, even though it's agreed language and we adopted it and it's ratified. But I'm thinking maybe the reference to Article 9 could compartmentalize the issue as that relating to, I think you mentioned, Matthias, that Article 9 is relevant to us as parties in the process. So when it comes to 9, then we should consider in the 2.1c. Then you have maybe stakeholders or actors outside of the process. Of course, those are not bound by the provisions of the agreement. They could do whatever they want. So maybe proceed from there and see what how Article 9 relates to the different responsibilities regarding, as you said, parties under the agreement, and to make a distinction between that and those outside of the agreement. Just a way to approach the issue and lift kind of the indecision or ambiguity in the matter. Maybe I could propose something, send something your way, Kevin, if you don't mind.
Welcome language suggestions always, to be sure. I think elevating the ambiguity is important. I would, having heard from two parties thus far, I would hesitate to suggest that that is necessarily a shared view, and welcome other reflections on the clarity of that proposal. Again, I think we are taking up this issue of the common understanding in the synthesis, and I think Ali and I suspect, would try to steer clear of fleshing out that discussion in full in the context of the mapping, but happy to receive text suggestions if folks have them. Gabriella?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think starting that section on Article 9 in the mapping, just stating that the views and, well, whatever's out there is quite divergent with regards to the relationship between Article 9 and Article 2.1c, and then you just map out what's there. Whereas party views, we understand, are captured in the synthesis. This is about mapping what's there and not about party views. So fully agree, but I think it does help to just at the beginning, at the outset, state that there's no common understanding on the relationship between Article 9 and 2.1c. Because, yeah, I have to say, Abdel, I would strongly disagree with what you were just framing. In our understanding, Article 9 is one aspect of Article 2.1c also for parties. So in our view, Article 2.1c is relevant for parties well beyond Article 9. Of course, Article 9 is part of that, but it goes well beyond that. But I understand we have a different understanding here, fair enough. That's why just starting with the beginning saying there's no common understanding and then mapping the stuff out is fine. But I would hesitate of giving one interpretation or the other.
Good. So I suspect that's a fairly clear mandate for Ali and I across the issues. We've got the integration of the PACTA mandate, adjusting that heading to efforts, completely right. Elevating this lack of clear common understanding of Article 9 and its relationship to 2.1c to the outset. I think that's very clear. And then removing aspects that might be considered prescriptive from paragraph 11. And those changes all seem fairly straightforward to me, so if we're able to implement those, I think we're in pretty good shape with the mapping document. Not seeing any further hands. I've got Richard online. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you, Kevin, and good afternoon, I guess, to SCF colleagues, and thank you for giving party observers the opportunity to speak on this issue. I would also thank the Secretariat and the co-chairs for sharing documents with us, but we did get them late, so it's a little bit complicated. So my comments are going to be not as comprehensive as I would have liked. So on first reading, I think the document is extremely unbalanced. It's very biased. It presents very narrow interpretation of what we're talking here about financial flows and the pathway towards low emissions and climate resilient development, because there may be a pathway for the private sector and for developed countries, but there's a different pathway. And I feel as if the entire notion of what the purpose of all the three goals in the Paris Agreement are is about the pathway, and it doesn't seem to be, we seem to be jumping towards the end point, which is something like what Matthias is talking about, is abandoning fossil fuels and not net zero, rather than talking about how do we support the transitions, particularly in developing countries, towards low emissions and climate resilient development in the context of Article 2.2. So, and again, there's not enough reference that the goals don't stand alone in the article. They stand alone in reflection of 2.2, which is the common but differentiated and responsibilities and national capacity. So in that sense, it probably is a really good document if you're a private sector entity in the first world, but or in Annex 2 countries. But for developing countries, this document is very, very insufficient. It doesn't really talk to our context. It doesn't really talk about the role of the NDCs as our pathways and how that's going to be supported, both within obligations of Article 9, which is where the linkage is, and also any external actors that may support it. So we're a little bit disappointed. In particular, we are very disappointed that the document doesn't reflect the emerging views in developing countries around the just transitions and just energy transitions and the just transitions towards climate resilience. For example, there's a lot of work that's going on, particularly in South Africa, around our GFIs, despite the GBSA being blocked by many of the SCF members, and our access to the GCF being blocked for over 6 months because of the lack of interpretation or unbalanced interpretation that there was a net zero policy in the GCF. The GBSA almost 2 years ago had instituted a just transition investment framework, right? It's a very unique investment framework because it sets out its pathway to manage its assets. The fact that there's no reference to this is quite surprising, and it suggests that the actual work was balanced and prejudging that there's a focus on the GFAN type of initiative. So we would like to see either, I guess it's a bit late now, but if there's recommendations going forward that are much more bigger focus on particularly these tools, the Just Transition Investment Framework and Results Management Framework that the Development Bank of Southern Africa had, would be very useful. I think that there's also seems to be some confusion. I've heard a lot of talk about alignment with the Paris goals. I don't believe we ever agreed to that. 2.1c is not about alignment. It's about making financial flows consistent with the pathway. Right? So that suggests what are we doing under Article 9 that supports developing countries on that pathway, and the pathway is really as I said, an NDC domestic choice on how to get there. So we're a bit concerned about the lack of those references. I don't know if you're going to make a set of recommendations for further work around this, or how you would suggest to balance the text. But again, I just want to point finally, and I'll wrap up now, that there was language in the SCF decision on the BA from last year at COP26 that referenced the just transition. There was several pieces of language, both in the Glasgow Pact on the coal phase down, recognizing the just transition, and also on the implementation section of the Glasgow Pact that also recognized the just transition. So a little bit disappointed, but we're happy to provide more comments in detail if that's provided necessary. But thank you once again for letting us intervene.
Thanks so much, Richard. Really appreciate the comments, and very glad for you to have joined us today to help provide a little bit more information and input into the report. Absolutely hear you on the importance of just transitions and just energy transitions. I think it is a really critical element. Learning a lesson from Zahir, I've actually just done a little word search of the document here to see where just transitions is mentioned throughout the document, and I'm seeing that there are 15 references now. I'm sure we would be happy to add more or elevate some of those if there are specific suggestions you might have for how to do that. Absolutely recognize that this is a critical issue for a lot of folks, and people have mentioned it repeatedly over the last couple of days. So I think if there are clear aspects of just transitions which could really be raised or highlighted, I think we'd be happy to look into ways to do that. On DBSA and national approaches, couldn't agree more. I think you will recall that in the GCF context, a few of us in this room were very excited to welcome DBSA's efforts, and in particular that just transition framework. So it seems to me that's a very easy example to bring in here and to reference as a key example of a national approach. I would also note, actually, that in our effort to bring in more information related to Article 9, we have brought in work related to the GCF specifically and the GCF's role in facilitating work in the 2.1c context. So that's another good place where we could work on that piece. Last on that, making financial flows consistent with versus alignment comment, just to note that there'd been a little bit of discussion about this in previous days as well. The consensus is maybe too strong. The understanding that we had come to is that making is sort of the action of moving us in this direction, whereas alignment references the state of being aligned, but definitely interested in making sure that we're not muddling those words or concepts unnecessarily and using language which is different, of course, to Article 2.1c itself. I hope that's covered your points there. If I've missed anything, feel free to let me know. And again, recognizing you've just joined us today, if you've got specific suggestions on ways you would like us to reference DBA's work or highlight aspects related to just transitions or anything else, really, I think we'd be happy to entertain those. I think we're getting quite close with this document, so looking forward to getting this one wrapped up. Oh, last, actually, the point I have missed, on recommendations and future work, it's worth noting that this current document, on the basis of its outline, which was agreed at SCF 28, doesn't presently envision any recommendations or ways forward necessarily, so I wouldn't classify any of this as necessarily forward-leaning or creating new work. This is intended to sort of be a one-off mapping exercise which builds on the work that we did in the VA last year, but takes it a little bit further. So, point taken, but no sort of concern about recommendations or ways forward on this particular document from our side. Other comments? If not, maybe we could turn over to the synthesis paper in that case. To jog people's memories and give you a minute to find your speaking notes, we again took a look at the key issues that were raised by all of you over the last couple of days, including integrating the EIG submission, clarifying specific references, including to the AGN in India that were indicated to us in written comments, and integrating other comments received in writing by a few members. On citations, we've discussed this issue at length elsewhere as well. In keeping with the discussion we had yesterday in the 21C room, we focused on positive mentions, so who did include things in their submission, so as not to assume when something was omitted that a party did not agree with it. And of course, we have also removed individual country references in line with common practice for this particular piece of work. Fiona, we followed up on your suggestion on table 2, so hopefully that does the job there. The big additional piece here that I suspect you all have noticed by now is this slightly strange table that we've created. So would really also welcome your views on this, which was concocted in the spirit of the definitions table as a way to begin to categorize, identify some of the different elements of understandings of 21C that were raised in the submissions as a way to present that information and give us a sense of various ways parties were beginning to think about these issues. This was again requested by one of the committee members and interpreted very late at night by the co-facilitators in the Secretariat, and this is where we've gotten. So would be very interested in your thoughts on if this works, is interesting, is useful. It is an early draft, and opportunities to further refine and clarify, both in terms of approach and specific content, would be welcome. If we're totally going down the wrong road and this is confusing and not useful, that would also be helpful to know. But we'll open the floor there now that you've all had another minute to look for your notes. Gabriella.
Thanks, Kevin, Ali, and the Secretariat team. First, I also have a question on the comment on, what is it? Paragraph 11A, request for supplementary table to clarify content and understanding of finance flows, just to understand what that is or what that will be.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I was just getting instructed.
Paragraph 11A on the synthesis scope of Article 2. I was wondering what that comment, the larger comment on the entire paragraph, says request for supplementary table to clarify content and understanding of finance flows.
This is the cockamamie table at the end of the report.
Ah,
that's that
okay.
table.
Because when I hear flows, I'm thinking of actual. That's why I was like, what will that be? Okay. All right, that helps. So let me start with thinking that you've integrated the EIG submission. Greatly appreciate it. And to that table, so the other, like the language edits, I would trust you. You actually reflect what's in the submission, so that's fine. Thanks for removing the attribution to countries. I think it makes the text more readable. On the table, I mean, if it's just a reflection of range of views, I don't have a problem with it. I can't assess whether that's the case because I have not read all of these submissions, so I would trust you and your co-facilitator as well, the Secretariat, to capture that accurately. On the display, personally, I would advise not to have columns. I mean, you can have, of course, like the different things next to each other, but if you have column lines, somehow people assume that what you have under each other speaks to the same, or somehow if you have the top one on A, you would have the top one on the lower or whatever, which I don't think is the case at all. So maybe just not have columns. But I'm quite agnostic whether to keep that table or not. Happy to go with anyone. And since I wasn't in the 2.1c room, if that was the conclusion, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, thanks for that. So we've just pulled up the one from the definitions work. So I think this is something to this effect is the idea when it eventually would be graphic designed or work done, not to imply these are related. It's an initial attempt at sketching out views, recognizing that each issue will not necessarily have the same number of elements and they wouldn't be tracked together in the way that they're currently presented. So it's something in this spirit, but in the 2.1c context. But thank you for those comments, Gabriela. Other thoughts? Go ahead.
Sorry, just on the table again, because I'm now actually looking at it closer. Just in my reading, you could also have multiple elements in one row, right? So just for example, if you take the associated goals, I'm assuming some would argue for CBDR and just equitable transition, for example. Or for National Development Pathway and NDCs, and at just I'm not just like multiple elements of them. Because the other table that you showed, the understanding is it's one of each row. So, yeah.
Yeah, appreciate that. I think when we were concocting this, I had very much in mind this instruments line, where we sort of have multiple instruments. Some parties think that several are included, some parties think that one or two are included. It's sort of a menu of options. So it sounds to me, we've had one intervention so far, and interested to hear from others, that this approach is of interest as a way to represent what we have in terms of elements of a common understanding of 2.1c. It's not perfect, and we will have to continue to elaborate and refine it over the next 24 hours, but would welcome your thoughts on if we are going down the right road and there's an interest in further refining said table. Abdel?
Thank you, Kevin, and I appreciate all of the efforts. Just on the table, I've just been looking at it. To be honest, it just shows the divergence on the issue. It does. I don't think it's, it could be a tool to help us converge. If we were to reach a common understanding of 2.1c, then we have to start from where 2.1c appears, which is the Paris Agreement, right? Here it goes, like, for example, you have sources of flows, all financial flows, public or private. I don't think, I think there are other sources that are missing. I can't point them out now or the other, but I don't think this table approach, it doesn't sit well with me. I don't think it'll lead to a common understanding or even help that in upcoming discussions. I think it should be just, we're synthesizing views here, but this is not synthesizing. It's just, emphasizing the divergence. So I'd rather do without the table. Also, just like to note that we haven't even discussed the issue. There's an upcoming agenda item, and I'm sure there's going to, so this is rather premature at this stage. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dylan, and I think it seems to me that the question here is whether or not this information presentation, which in fact does bring out some of the divergence, folks see as one, a helpful organization of the information as a way to digest it. Two, if we would like to be confronted so clearly with the fact that we are fairly far apart on what the common understanding is, and three, whether or not this would be a useful input to a potential future discussion on how we get toward a common understanding. So we've got sort of one plug to continue work down this approach, one suggestion that maybe this isn't helpful or useful. I see Fiona's up next, who was the origin of this crazy idea. If Fiona finds it helpful, maybe that it was your request after all. What do you think, Fiona?
Thank you, and I don't mean to be holding up discussion on the rest of the paper. No, this came about because I found 11A really hard to follow. There was a lot of information. I know there's other paragraphs with lots of information, but the suggestion was that perhaps we could not make up new information, but still be drawing on information from all the submissions, but displaying it in a different way. So that, there are some readers who are more visual and others who can follow a very long paragraph and keep in mind all of the various elements listed and then, link them back and forth. The suggestion was purely for readability. And if, it's showing that there's more divergence, well then that's also what the content of the submissions is showing us. So to me, this is just a different way of presenting the information that is already there. It's not adding or subtracting any information. It's just a different way of presenting it. I think the other table you had before, where it wasn't, clear. I mean, as Gabriella had said, I think that's a really good idea. But it's just a visual representation. It helps me. It might help some other people. It might not. But I think, there's a lot of information. Look how big the table is. All that information was captured in one paragraph. That's pretty hard to conceptualize. Well, So I think it's useful. I would support, further refinement to make it to make it clearer. But we're not making any. I haven't read all the bits, but we're not making anything up here. This is just information taken from word form into table form. On the rest of the paper, thank you for taking out the attributions. I think that improves readability, and I'm yet to go through the rest of it. But thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Fiona. I appreciate that. Matthias, thoughts?
Thanks. Now, just very briefly on the table and sharing Fiona's thoughts on this, that it improves readability and also, as Abdel's saying, that eventually if we're having an agenda item on this, a table such as this, I think, will facilitate conversations in the context of that agenda item as to sort of where are we in our various thoughts on 2.1c. So in that sense also, I think it would be useful to keep it in. Thanks.
Right. So with that, we've got 3 suggestions to keep in. 1 expression of skepticism. In fact, I sort of recognize Abdel's skepticism about us getting this into a really good place for tomorrow. I wonder if the mandate for Ali and I and the Secretariat is to keep working on it and to see where we wind up. And then maybe when we get back to final versions tomorrow, we can make a decision about whether or not it's come far enough to include. How does that sound as a way forward on this document? We all good? Gabriella?
Just to clarify, I didn't advocate to keep. I said I was not in the room when it was discussed. I'm not blocking consensus. I'm agnostic. In the shape it is right now, I would actually advocate not to keep it. And I have one additional element. So if you go back, and I'm not going to block you from doing additional work. Of course, if you can refine it, fine. I think we should also be careful that the table doesn't seem to be that these are all the elements which are relevant for 2.1c and a common understanding on 2.1c, because right now with it, I was like, well, are you sure there's no additional elements? That's just what I was just now considering. So if we provide a table, even though I'm fully with you, Fiona, most of the text is hard to digest and there's so much information, but that's what happens when you have very different submissions. And you might have to have a table on every single paragraph. At the same time, once you put it in a table, you make it look like as if these were all the elements which were relevant. So, yeah. I think similar to the 100 billion progress report, I think if it's helpful, sure, keep it in. If it creates uneasiness, there's no mandate to have a table. So in terms of like divergences, I think it's more important to have an agreement on the synthesis paper and the rest of the text than to have long conversations about the table itself.
Great, appreciate that, Gabriella. We've heard relatively few comments about the remainder of the text, and we've had a minute to discuss this now. So again, if there are folks who want to come in on other parts of the text, they're more than welcome. It sounds like we are, I would not even say a mandate, we are welcome to continue, if there is time, to sufficiently refine this table and possibly present an option tomorrow if we are comfortable with where we are, and folks aren't going to be mad if it's gone. Does that seem to be an accurate representation of where we are? On the, I'm seeing nods, that seems to be, no, Abdel doesn't want it in any case. All right. It's well noted. On the fully capturing all of the relevant elements, including the views and the whether or not there are additional elements, our intention with the dots was to indicate that there could be more. Right, in both directions. So yeah, we had expected to have one at the bottom there as well. So point taken. I think we absolutely understand that. Abdel, what do you think? Do you want us to not work on this? Would you prefer us focus our attention on something more productive?
I think we should focus on other things because, I mean, the table itself, I think, in light of the upcoming discussion, will kind of die or cast a die of the discussions. And that's the last thing we want because we haven't had these discussions yet. We need some space to air them out. So, I mean, it's a table after all. It sets, it has rows, dimensions and parameters. That's the last thing you want going into a new subject. So I don't think at least the approach itself, I mean, and I'm sure if we sit down and look at the table in detail, we'll find, things to add here and things to remove before you know it, so I don't think, maybe we should move to something else, and I don't think the table is helpful for upcoming discussions on the matter. Thank you.
Sure, I hear that, and of course there is quite a lot of work to do between the end of today and the end of tomorrow, so I appreciate that, and I know our Secretariat colleagues would be happy to be freed up for other issues. Are there comments on other parts of the synthesis? Recognizing this was sort of the one very strange suggestion. Not seeing other comments. In that case, I see Richard as well. Richard?
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for letting me speak again on this matter. So I think there was a reference made or concern raised, I think yesterday or earlier that some of our colleagues felt that our submission from the AGM wasn't really captured in full. So if I could just speak to that. So I think the challenge that you have is in synthesizing, you shouldn't try and lose everything to be as precise and simplified. It's not a simplification process. I think it's different to synthesis, right? So we feel as if our submission is not really fully reflected, and I'm pretty sure that our other colleagues from developing countries who may not be here will probably say the same about their submission. So, I mean, I think we'll just have to live with that. I think the one point that we did want to make was this importance of stranded assets, and this is a particular issue in our submission as the African group, because we have countries with 40% of our continent, including the LDCs, have highly embedded fossil fuel assets, and in some cases, many of those assets are part of the significant part of the export earning potential. And so, as we talk about making flows consistent to 21C, one has to have this conversation, whether it's a nice conversation or it's a politically charged conversation, but we have to have it. And while there are references to assets and shifting of assets, we don't think it's reflected the way we would would have liked, but at the end of the day, this is your document. I would just ask that for ease of reading and to help facilitate our conversations in Sharm el-Sheikh, that you actually annex all the submissions in the document. So rather than us having to try and navigate the new UNSCC website, it seems as every time there's a change in leadership, they decide to change the website. It might just be easier for readability that all the submissions are annexed in the document. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard. I appreciate you giving voice to our all, I suspect, shared feelings about the continued updates to the UNFCCC website, which make our lives much harder every time they seem to change the thing. So on the topic of the submissions being annexed, I would note that Annex 1, of course, identifies those submissions, which I believe is standard practice. I think it would be a little unusual to actually annex the full text of all of the submissions themselves. I'm not sure if something fancy and technological could be done to link them and make it a little bit easier to get to them, but happy to take that suggestion on board. I would note that colleagues of yours did raise yesterday concerns about the interpretation of the AGN submission and whether or not it was done accurately. My understanding is that that had been addressed and adjusted in the current version. If there are particular paragraphs or places where you feel like that's not been done, feel free to point those out to us, and I'd be happy for you to come back in and let me know which ones those are so we can take a clear look at those. Again, fair point on stranded assets. If that's something that's really important to you to have flagged in here on the basis of your submission, feel free to let us know if you have a sentence or two in where you might want to stick it. So would be happy to receive those suggestions. But yes, if you have specific paragraphs or areas where you feel like there hasn't been effective representation of that submission, if you could point them out to us, we'd be really happy to take a look at them. Gabriela, go ahead.
Just questioning by when, because I'm thinking of like moving ahead. So by when?
I
Or
was
maybe
sort
we
of
do that in the
thinking he
last
would
round,
do
just to
it
clarify by
now.
when we need comments on what, so we can get things
Right.
finished by tomorrow.
I think we're at a stage now where on the mapping, I think Ali and I have a clear understanding of what we're supposed to do. We've got clear instructions. Richard had a few things he wanted to submit there. And then on the synthesis, it sounds like there's a couple of challenges here with regard to the AGN submission. My hope is that, Richard, if you could just tell us now which paragraphs are of concern, that would be a good place to start. If you need some time and recognizing that you'll have to do a little bit of written input on the other one as well, could you maybe do it by 7 to an hour and a half from now? That's the deadline for our guidance inputs as well. Would that be enough time to get something into us on both of these? Because I think all of the last outstanding comments are yours on both of these documents. Does that work, Richard?
I'll send you something now around the mapping document. Again, I didn't want to start a discussion about how you accurately reflect our AGN submission. I just made a point about what it is. This is an SEF document, and the parties will reflect when they get the document. I didn't want to make an intervention saying, well, you need to actually add this, and you didn't. I mean, so I wasn't speaking to say, please add this back in. I don't think that's helpful right now, because I think every party who made a submission could then say, well, we want to have the same thing for our submission, and I don't think that's going to be a fair process, because I don't know who else is online from those parties. So I was just making a comment that we feel this as being missing, but so I won't submit on this document. This is your synthesis document, but I will submit something on the mapping document related to the DBSA and the just transitions. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, great. Thanks, Richard. Appreciate that. So no submissions coming on this one. I haven't heard any comments on this one about things to change. I see Diane's hand has gone up there. And thanks for getting your comments in, Richard, on the other one by 7. I'm being told that's a hard deadline, so please, if you could adhere to that, that would be great. Diane?
Yeah, so thank you, Kevin and company for preparing this. So following up on what Richard is saying, I think on behalf of AOSIS, we are really in favor of Article 2.1c, and we think that's really important. I said this at the beginning. However, with that, not however, but as we're implementing this, you are seeing based on the submissions, I think somebody has mentioned about balance, that the developed countries definitely has a strong head lead in the implementation in this process. Now, when it comes to the financial sector and the relationship between developed and developing country in the financial sector, it's a difficult one. It's a good one, but it has difficulty. And if you look at the example of the anti-money laundering regime that is in place, it definitely uses the power balance between developed and developed country and access to financing and the capital markets between developed and the developing country to be able to force compliance. So it's not, and that is something that many small and developing states and the Caribbean region has been struggling with. So there is what Richard is saying about stranded asset and just transition, that is some of the areas of transitional risk that we have to be extremely careful about, especially in 2.1c, because there is a power imbalance between developed and developing country, power meaning power, but also a huge capacity imbalance. And we have to just make sure that not only, I'm not sure, I'm going to try and see if I'm doing so many things here. I'm not sure how much, but if Richard could help me out. But to also say that there must be safeguards. And we must recognize that these power imbalances, and where power imbalances exist, we have to be careful that they're not, there's a temptation to use them to push compliance. I don't want to use the word force compliance because, like I said, for AOSIS, we're really keen on compliance in this area. But there's a real issue for stranded assets. There's a real issue for capacity struggling. There's a real issue of getting data from developing countries, which has always been an issue, so that we can report and ensure that we can keep maintain the standards as set by, because here in this field at 2.1c, the standards is in the financial market will be set by developed countries. Because as Matthias indicated, although the Paris Agreement does call for Article 2.c, the work is being done in the private sector, and the UNFCCC can't really direct whatever is happening here. So I think it's good, though, that the UNFCCC can take this opportunity as well as the Standing Committee. There is a need to identify, like I said earlier in the first day, what are the transitional risks and what are the safeguards, and how can we, the link to me for Article 2.1c and Article 9 is to use some of the financing provided to manage the transitional risks and to help us to keep pace with what is happening in this area. So without that change will take place. So we don't want to have developing countries dragging along behind. And I think the Standing Committee could recognize that and flag that very early, that is going to be an issue.
I appreciate that, Diane. I recognize that this issue of transitional risk is an important one. I did another search for that, and I'm not seeing it actually in the document this time. So I think, again, if there is something that we could pull in on that, I think we'd be very happy to entertain such a suggestion. If you have concrete proposals on that, I think we'd be more than happy to consider that. Recognizing that that would be the final outstanding item on this, if you could also get that in as soon as possible, we are pretty close to, I think, getting both of these documents done, in fact. It would be a huge achievement for Ollie and I to be the first two co-facilitators to wrap, I think. Sorry. Other thoughts, comments? Abdel, go ahead.
Thank you. Just briefly, you mentioned that somebody mentioned yesterday about the AGN's point. It was me, of course, and it was. I don't think what was mentioned in the AGN submission was reflected accurately. I think it's still inaccurate, and it addresses the issue that Richard just raised with stranded assets and the importance of these assets. Of course, they vary from region to region, but it's not just the African region. It's also the Arab region. So it's a very important issue when it comes to transitions, creating stranded assets. So, and also I think this bears looking again at the AGN submission in this regard and correcting maybe how it was reflected in the document. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdel. I think we're happy to do that, although I would note that we took one shot at that, and it doesn't seem we've done it justice. So if somebody could get us a suggestion on what precisely was not reflected accurately and how you might like to see it, I think we'd be very willing to consider that. So, again, a plea to both you and Diane to have any inputs to us by 7, and I think we can take those up, and hopefully we will be able to action all of this without too much trouble by tomorrow. Good. With that, Ali, further thoughts, comments?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kevin, for moderating the discussion today as well. And you have a difficult task to do this tomorrow as well. And we have listened to a number of views of all the parties and all the members, and we'll wait for the written comments till 7, and then later on we'll try to come up with a hopefully final draft that will be agreed tomorrow. Thank you.
Great, appreciate that, Ali. And again, really appreciate your remote support over there. This is a team and couldn't do this without you. With that, back to the co-chairs. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And Ali, Carl, do you want to take, or should I? Okay, I'll continue. Thanks. Yeah, we're going to wrap up by 6. But before we wrap up, I think we need to just deal with taking stock of where we are at and mapping a way forward so that we can come back tomorrow with the view to start gathering some of the documents. So I'm going to go through, I'd request each one of the co-facilitators to maybe speak to these 4 points that I have here. Briefly, no. One, where we are at with the document. What do you see as the outstanding issue? What is the action you want to do and any inputs you may need? And finally, a timeline when you want that inputs. Okay, so we have the BA, 100 billion, the mapping, guidance, and definitions. I don't know who wants to kick off. Seeing that you were still fresh, Kevin, maybe you can kick off on the mapping.
Yes, great. Happy to take up both of the 2.1c items. I think the status is that we are in pretty good shape. On the mapping specifically, we've identified a number of additional changes to be implemented, all of which are essentially technical. I frankly wouldn't say there are any outstanding issues that require further discussion. There are a couple of written inputs that we are expecting that Richard is going to submit for us by 7, at which point we can hopefully integrate that relatively quickly and then issue a new set of documents. The same is true on the synthesis, where the outstanding issues are the aspects related to the AGN submission in particular, and Diane's point about stranded assets and transition risk. So again, if we could receive inputs on those by 7 for consideration, I think we can hopefully turn around documents pretty quickly on both of these. So good shape on the 2.1c front. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Kevin. So you guys heard where we are at, 7 p.m. Australian time, deadline for inputs. Who wants to go next? Diane?
So I can start with the BA and then with definitions. So we went through the summary and the recommendations, and so we are getting ready to produce our full first iteration of it. And the plan is, co-chairs, is to submit a clean text. We had 2 days of really good engagement with SCF members as well as our our observers, and we believe that the document has gone through significant improvements, and we should be able to have it ready for the SCF consideration tomorrow. But we don't have any more time for reiterations, so it's coming to the SCF for its review and adoption tomorrow. That's the intention. With respect to definitions, similar, we had a similar process, and I think it's in both documents are in good position, and we should have them ready by 8 o'clock tonight, maybe. Yes. Well, the team is working on it, and my co-facilitators are napping to get ready to to approve it so we can circulate it later this evening. And both of them are coming to the SCF tomorrow with clean text, and hoping that they're not perfect, but we think we've had some improvement, and we're hoping we can adopt them and to send them to the COP. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Diane. Very positive news there. So 2 documents coming to us tomorrow, and they should be ready by 8-ish tonight. Okay, thanks. Gabby, you want to go next?
Well, lovely progress report. Where are we? The co-chair said 90%. I agree that's probably a good assessment. So, and I have to say, there are quite divergent views around the table, and everyone except Matthias is somehow unhappy. So it's not perfect, definitely is not. But the reflection of the technical elements in the executive summary seems to be quite there. We also agreed we're out of time, so there won't be any more back and forth, recognizing that some SCF members will not be perfectly happy with the language exactly how it is, but that's just where we're at. There are 4 key outstanding issues. One is the key finding, I would say, and how that is framed, the fact that the 100 billion goal was not achieved, and how that should be reflected. Then an overarching embedding of the 100 billion in the context of the overall climate crisis and the means of implementation. But I'm informed that these 2 issues have been resolved, which is great. So we'll integrate that language as done by the huddle. Thank you very much. And then we have 2 more. One is the recommendations, and the other one is the so-called lollipop diagram. And we have very diverging views on both of these. Well, on the recommendations, some recommendations, someone others, reframing, whatever. We will give you until 7 p.m. to resolve these 2 issues. And I'm making a proposal now, which I hope Richard will not kill me because I haven't talked to him about this. But I would say if we don't conclude on these 2 issues by 7, I will suggest to delete the lollipop diagram and the recommendations from the executive summary. So we have an executive summary and we have a technical report. Because as the co-chair rightly pointed out, there is no mandate to provide recommendations. There's also no mandate to provide a lollipop diagram. We're trying to be helpful here. If we can't conclude, we rather have a document that is technically sound and can be passed on than getting mingled up in these 2. So that's what I would propose, saying until 7. If we can resolve it, great. Otherwise, that's how we're going.
Thank you very much, Gabby. So by 7, did you want to come in on this? Abdul? Yes. Yep.
I might have missed it, but Ms. Blacklane didn't mention that we would be able to submit something until 7. And I believe that's the approach of the others. And we still had comments on the definitions document earlier today. So we seek equal treatment for all of the documents and to allow submissions even on the, in addition to the climate finance definitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, is it fine for them to send by 7?
Well, in that case, we may not have the documents on time, but, and the reason why we did not, I think, we're in your hands, co-chair, but I think we had quite a bit of engagement already on those documents, and we're in your hands.
Okay, thanks, Diane, for throwing it back to me. Kevin, you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, not to preempt the report back from our guidance facilitators, but I believe there are also inputs due by 7 for those, recognizing that I still need to compile all. I don't know how I'm going to compile all of these outstanding inputs and also do the huddle to resolve the 100 billion issues within the next hour. I wonder if, I don't know what the right order to do this is. Maybe it's to huddle until 7 and then we get another hour for comments, recognizing that that's an unfortunate addition of time, but then once we leave the huddle, we can all submit our comments. Seems to make logistical sense.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm gonna be the wise Solomon, and 7 is a deadline for everything. Prioritize, and maybe it should serve as an incentive to find solutions before 7, so you would have time to submit inputs on that. So let's try and get everything done by 7. If amongst yourselves you still want to continue talking and you think that's fine with me, but let's make it as a point 7 the deadline, and anything beyond 7 is not accepted. And let's make it equal treatment for everybody. Okay. We just don't have the luxury of time, unfortunately, and that's the situation that we are in. Then there was Toro and Ivan on guidance.
Yes, and we are receiving the comment from the members, and we are now checking it, and we have still waiting for further comment, which is due 7 o'clock tonight. And also that we are receiving the comment from the operating entities, both GCF and the GF as well. And also we are going to consult with them while cleaning up and incorporating the comment in the draft decision text. So hopefully we can conclude the work by tonight and then share with you until tomorrow morning before the session starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toro, and thank you very much, all of you, so we know where we are at. Just for your information, Kevin, I don't know if you've seen your emails. Richard just sent inputs on the stuff, so I don't think you need to wait any longer from his side. With that, Troude, is there anything that you want to say? No?
Just, I hope that people get dinner.
Yes. I'm happy to provide advice as to where you can go to dinner. No, please get some dinner, get some sustenance. The Secretariat maybe can advise us. Yes, nodding, so you can use this place. I won't make too much of a speech, so you can get some extra time. So there's 10 minutes extra. No speeches. Thanks very much, colleagues, and thanks very much for your hard work. We really, really, really appreciate it. We know it's not easy. It's not easy circumstances, and as well as for colleagues that are connecting virtually, it is rather difficult. So David, Ali, and all the others. But I think we have a positive mood in the room, and I'm sure we're going to be having documents together tomorrow. So thank you very much, colleagues. Meeting is adjourned.